while we are not allowed to use turbo to make the game go faster, we're allowed to use turbo to do glitches. So we're gonna be pushing the turbo button for a few frames at a time at points, because that allows us to ignore walls for most of the run. Alright, so that's the explanation. Let's go into the run. So timer starts when I select difficulty. We're gonna be playing on normal. And so timer's gonna start in 3, 2, 1, go. And the game begins with this kind of a flash forward. So it shows a scene from like 3 hours into the run, basically. And this scene, this doesn't explain anything, and it's like 2.5 minutes, so it's hard for me to explain anything either. But basically the game just wants you to see the new characters that are in this game. And here they are. So I'm not gonna introduce them yet. Yeah, we start with Out of Bounds immediately. That's like the old Out of Bounds that we had. And we actually found a new... We found like a new Out of Bounds as well, immediately after the previous run of this in an event, actually. So this will be the first event run where we're gonna do all of the Out of Bounds that are new. Because the new ones were found literally 1 day after the previous event this was run in. But yeah, we gotta clean up some fights here. These are way too short to explain the mechanics, and the game gives us a tutorial basically immediately afterwards. So I'm gonna explain the battle mechanics when we get there. But we just gotta kind of break these enemies and hit their HP below the... There's like a red line for both of these NPCs. And all we gotta really do is just hit the red line here for one character. So I'm just gonna try to do that as fast as possible. And then we're gonna go basically to the actual game after that. So yeah, this will actually take place like 3 months into the game, but it's just shown here, like I said, just to introduce the new characters. And there it is, the prologue is done, and we're gonna go see the actual gameplay. So we're basically in a school now. We are, well, the new characters that were shown in the prelude were like students. And then the main character of the previous 2 Cold Steel games, Rin Schwarzer, is the teacher. So he was a student in the previous 2 games, now he's a teacher. And here we are in the tutorial dungeon, so now I'm gonna start to explain the battle mechanics while running through this. So we have a total of 7 tutorial fights here. And the first one's just a simple... This is how the turn system works. So this game has a delay-based turn system, so you basically, every action has a delay or recovery afterwards. And you can take an action when your turn comes up again. So it's kind of like Final Fantasy X, except it also has movement, so we have placement on the map in addition to having to pay attention to the turn order. And you can see the turn order in the top left. The turn order in this game is really kind of random, so a lot of fights will... You just need to adapt to the turn order, basically. We just clean up these couple of first fights. These are really simple. They just explain how to use like different attack types, normal attacks, crafts, which are like special attacks, and then arts, which are spells, which we're not going to be using yet. Wow, nice miss. It's gonna take a while. So, but you can see Yuna took 2 turns there because she just moved, which is the fastest action you can take. Well, almost. Well, it's the fastest action we can take right now. It's the same speed as using items. So basically, normal attacks are kind of fast, and then special attacks are slower. And special attacks also use CP, which is used to fool the special attacks, and CP is generally recovered by getting hit and hitting, and sometimes killing enemies as well. Now this is another cleanup fight. We're just gonna go through this as fast as possible. This is a third tutorial fight, and unlike basically all the other event battles in the game, these tutorials could be skipped. But unfortunately, one of the tutorials, which is the next one, is gonna unlock a mechanic that we kinda need to complete the game. And the tutorials are activated in sequence, so I have to do the 4 first ones. Because if I don't get this link mechanic here, which is kind of important. I'll explain the link mechanic a little bit later, because it's gonna take a little bit more time. But essentially, this is the last tutorial fight we have to do. There is 2 more, and then it's the boss. And we're actually gonna be skipping the next 2 by going out of bounds with the new tech. So the out of bounds you saw in the prelude was the old tech, which is easier to do and was easier to discover, so we didn't actually discover the new one until like half a year ago. So the new one uses normal attacks of certain characters, and it requires much more precise spacing, which is not that, so like this. So we just basically hold turbo and do normal attacks, and the character goes through a wall. But the spacing is kinda really precise. So it's not as easy as the other one. So when we have the chance to use the other one, we're gonna be using that. So a quick menu just to set up for the boss. This boss is a source of RNG. It also introduced the last mechanic that the tutorial gives us, brave orders. These are really important. You can see on the top right corner there's a brave point meter. And that meter is what we use for mostly for brave orders. A brave order is it's an ability that will give you some kind of a buff. Usually, like, it lasts a certain number of hour turns, and it gives us a buff. Like currently we have this 20% damage buff. And this one costs 1 BP, which will be important later. So I will be talking about the BP a lot. So basically, whenever you get an unbalance on an enemy, you get this like link attacks that you can see here. Every time you get this like flash on the screen, and it prompts if I want to use slash or rush. So whenever I choose slash or the follow-up attack, I get 1 BP. So unbalance is always guaranteed on broken enemies, which is why we are getting them all the time just previously. Unbalance is also possible for non-broken enemies, but it's a chance. And this boss is a special tutorial which introduces another mechanic called Enhance. And you cannot kill the boss before it has used the Enhance mechanic. So that's why, even though it was on 0 HP, I was not able to finish the fight yet. So Enhance is a special mode for bosses that's basically a pretty typical power-up mode that's in a lot of games. It gives them more attack, makes them take less damage, which is really annoying. But it also doubles the amounts of break damage we do. So all attacks in the game have 2 different types of damage. They do normal damage and they do break damage. And as you can probably guess if you've played any RPGs at all, break is a kind of an important mechanic. Alright, so here we are. Each chapter has the same structure. So we always start at the school. So this is basically one afternoon of Reen's school life, where we have this run around the school and talk to different people. Basically just trigger the mandatory events that we have. And this is a lot of just running around, skipping cutscenes, and using the very generous fast travel mechanic of this game. So you can fast travel to multiple points of a map, which makes these quite fast to do. But yeah, this is the school life. If you're playing this game casually, you can talk to a lot more people, and this takes actually kind of long. But we only gotta do a few mandatory ones, basically our own students. And then we're gonna go talk to this girl you might have seen if you played Trails in the Sky, who is a transfer student here. And she wants us... This is basically a tutorial for making quads. Quads is kind of like materia in Final Fantasy VII. Sort of. So quads are like ability stones that give you other stats or a spell. Or something else. Usually it's one or the other, but sometimes it's both. And we had to buy something, but because we skipped the 2 of the tutorial fights, we don't actually have a lot of Sepit to make anything, so we just buy the cheapest thing we can. So Sepit is like one of the primary resources of this game, besides money. It comes in 7 colors, and it's used to make new quads. And also to open new slots in the augments where we place the quads. So we need Sepit for both of those purposes. And then basically we are done with the school day. This is the free day after school. And Rin's just gonna walk around town getting familiar with the place because he just moved in. And that means we're gonna be running around a little bit more, skipping cutscenes and just running into places. And then once we're done with the initial exploration, we're just gonna run around a little bit. Fast travel around a little bit. So we basically have to visit almost all the stores here. And then we also got our first side quest. So Rin's kind of a workhorse. He likes to do stupid side quests for people. And here we are basically just picking up another side quest. We do a few of these optional side quests and during the run, not many. So at the same time we're helping the cafeteria owner to make a food, and we're also help the delivery guy to figure out where the hell he should deliver his stuff, because he's not very professional and Rin's way too nice. Okay, coming up next is the card game. So this game has a built-in collectible card game, which is called Vantage Masters. Apparently there's even a separate video game about this card game itself. But here we are in the tutorial. We have to actually play this tutorial, so we don't have the forfeit option that we'll have later. So we're just gonna try to lose as fast as possible. This game plays a little bit like Hearthstone, but it has this grid of movement and your leaders on the field. So the only thing we're gonna do is we're just gonna attack with our leader, because the enemy we attack will counter us and do a little bit of damage back. And our goal is to just get our life to 0 as fast as possible. The problem is that the kid is really bad at this card game. So he can take 3 or 4 turns to kill us. Normally it's 4, but if we're lucky, he will do it in 3. But yeah, he's just playing all of his cards, and that's a good sign. He attacked us, but he's probably gonna swap the leader with the... No, he isn't. Okay, this is good. So basically we're gonna be entering his third turn with 9 HP, 8. And hopefully he is smart enough to kill us. But if not, we can probably lose on our own turn. Unless he does something dumb. Okay, he's gonna attack here. Nice, we lose in 3 turns. This is the fastest you can get rid of this. So that was the card game, and now we're gonna do some shopping. I'm not gonna talk much during menus or shopping because these are kind of precise. Oh, I didn't buy one. So we just bought some accessories that give us HP and speed. And as you can probably guess from the way the combat works, speed is a really important stat. Because not only does it allow you to go earlier in the battle, it allows you to take turns more often. Because speed basically is used in the calculation for the delay you have after its attack. And now we are basically done with our daily routines, and we go to this training dungeon that the tutorial was also in. We're going with different characters this time, so Altina was with us previously. But we also have Millium, who is like one of Reen's old schoolmates. And is just here visiting, just checking up on him. So this tutorial dungeon is really annoyingly built. So although basically walls don't exist, as long as we have any of the 5 characters that can go through walls, which one of them is Reen, which basically means we always have someone. This dungeon is shaped like a square. And while this game is basically spaghetti code and it's broken in all kinds of places, one thing they were really robust about was the event system, so you cannot skip any events in this game. So if there's a mandatory battle, you always have to take the battle. So basically in this dungeon, this is a square and we have to visit both far corners of the square. So we actually cannot save any time going out of bounds because of the way the game's been built. So we just have to go the normal way. Because going out of bounds does cost a few seconds, and this dungeon just doesn't have any like shortcuts that would make it worth to go out of bounds. Also, this fight is really RNG. It can take 15 seconds or 40 seconds depending on turn order and how many misses you get. So those enemies have quite high evasion, and sometimes you just get evaded and you lose time. We're gonna pick up a chest. Most of the chests that we pick up are either some quartz or sepet, which we will use to make quartz. So most of the stuff we'll be getting is quartz in one form or another. And so we're just gonna have to run through. Whenever we clear those pillars, we get a bunch of CP back, which is nice. This fight is usually a lot simpler because they don't have high evasion, but the turn order is really awful. So yeah, another just bad turn order RNG that just gives us a headache. However, the boss of this dungeon is one of the bigger early game RNG points. So the boss has stupid amount of speed for this early in the game. So it's gonna be taking like more turns than we are. So like we don't even get everyone's turns before the boss takes another turn, and it's gonna be... It also has this move called, what was it called again? I'll just do the menu and come back to it. So we set up a formation here just to be spread out. And then we're gonna hope the boss doesn't use this howl move. Well, basically, this boss has a mechanic, or uses a mechanic called Impede, which is a mechanic that cancels spells. So unlike normal actions, spells are divided into like 2 different parts of delay. So they have a casting delay, and then they have delay after the spell actually goes out. And if you get impeded during the casting delay, it will cancel your spell. Alright, we didn't get the impede, that's really good. So it's basically buffing the 2 NPCs we have here with Reen. And then we hope to break the boss with this. Yes, nice. And then we try to do the kill, although I forgot to use... I'm actually probably not gonna push too much damage here. I forgot to put Raging Fire on, and also the boss recovers quite fast, so... It looks like the boss is gonna get its heal turn, so once it's half health, it will start to buff and heal itself. Oh, it didn't do that, nice. So we have a little bit of hope to kill the boss before it gets its buff off, although now it's not looking too good. Unless this rush kills. If this rush kills, that's excellent. Alright, we did it. So that boss went really well, because it didn't use the impede move. And we also got it killed before it was able to heal itself. There's a lot of bosses in this game that do self-healing when they're half HP. And a lot of times when they go the enhanced mode, they also heal themselves, so... So a lot of fights hinge on us being able to kill before the boss starts healing itself, because if it does, we kind of don't have the resources to take it down. Alright, next event on the line, we have mech battles. These are a little bit different, so... The mechs have 3 targets, or 3 body parts that we can target. And each of those body parts has a different unbalance percentage. In this fight, it has 4 stars on the body when it's not charging an attack. And it has 4 stars on the head when it's charging an attack. So 4 stars means it's a guaranteed unbalance. And 3 stars means it's 75%. And we don't care about the rest because we never have to try to hit unbalances on lower than 3 stars. But basically, the mech fights are all about knowing the stances and which part has the best unbalanced chance for its enemy. And once the enemy is broken, we just hit it with attacks, and that's the fight. And then we have to do another one. This one is really RNG heavy because in its normal stance, the head has only 3 stars. So we got the unbalance in the first attack. We have to get 1 more unbalance for the 3-star head. And if we get that, it's the fastest fight. So nice, we did get it. Now it's gonna switch to a stance where the unbalance is guaranteed. And then we can finish the fight from there. So we're gonna get the break from this, and then we're just gonna hit it a few more times. So this is the fastest this fight can go. If you don't get the unbalance, it will take quite a bit longer. Well, quite a bit meaning like 10 seconds, but... Luckily we can skip all animations in the game. So usually fights don't... like extra actions don't take that much longer. But of course we still want to avoid all extra actions if possible. And that basically concludes the first part of this chapter, which is the school part. We did daily routines, we did training, and now we're gonna go on a field trip. So our school has its own train, just like most schools here. And so because it's our first visit on the train, we gotta check all the cars. Basically just talk to people here. And we're heading to a field trip location. So basically our classes are divided. We have like 2 different classes in the school. We have the like combat department, which is the basic like field combat specialist people. And we have logistics, which is, well, people dealing with logistics. And then we have our special operations class, which Reen is in charge of. And it's like, it has 3 students, but our job is to basically, while the others are training on the field camp, our special class goes out to the nearby cities and just kind of talks to people. and does side quests. So we're basically just like building relations, quote unquote. And here we are. So this is the first field location, St. Ark. Just to brief like what's going on here. So first we're gonna go to the city to basically just get a handle of what's generally going on. So just a brief history moment. The Empire just got out of a civil war. So a lot of regions are not quite stable. So that's why we're just gonna kind of checking on various conditions here. We're using Yuna as the leader character most of the time because she's one of the characters that can go through walls. And her out of bounds at least feels easier than Reen's. So at least for me it's easier to do the out of bounds with her. The reason for the difference is just that the distance they move with their attack is different, so the placement you have to be in is also different. So yeah, here we are in our normal city situation. We're checking out different places. And we basically heard about what's going on in the city, or in this area, so it turns out there's some killer robots on loose. That sounds safe. Not at all concerning. And of course the best people to figure out what's going on with those robots is this one teacher who's a war hero and his 3 17-year-old students who just started military school. So, normal anime stuff. Just a quick menu. We're gonna sell all the ingredients we have, so we're not gonna be doing any cooking in this run. No. And we bought one Master Quartz. So Master Quartz are basically bigger quartz that, unlike normal ones, they level up. So they start out a level, well, whatever level they come up with, and then you level them up. So they basically, unlike normal quartz, which gives you like usually one spell or one stat upgrade. Oh, did I just equip that? I got unequipped thing. No, I didn't. Okay. This is why I don't talk when I menu. Alright, back to Master Quartz. So Master Quartz gain EXP just like the characters do. And when they gain EXP, they unlock more abilities and more spells. And the one we just bought, we basically want for a particular spell it learns on level 2. And don't mind me, I'm just doing a little bit of trekking here. Nothing to see here, just casual field trip. And EXP in this game works in a way that you have when an enemy dies, all alive characters do get EXP. Wow, this is really bad start. Except the miss really helps there. Okay. Okay, so Reen can just heal himself. So we gave the Master Quartz to Kurt here, and basically we need that Master Quartz to level up from the next boss. So not this one, but the one after this. And so we definitely don't want Kurt to die here, because if he dies, the Master Quartz won't get EXP. Other than that, this fight is quite simple. We just use crafts. So we use the Saintly Force, which is a strong buff that we bought for the previous dungeon boss. So, Saintly Force is a strong buff that gives you full stack of both attack and defense. Not attack and defense. It gives you a full stack of both magic and physical attack. So the buffs come in like 3 tiers. One stack is, I think it's 15%. So basically Saintly Force gives you just flat out full attack buffs right from the start. Alright, so we found out, we kind of discovered the first set of robots and we beat them up. And now we're actually gonna not continue the robot quest, we're gonna do the side quest. That was mandatory, so we're gonna take a little bit of time to go pick up some flowers. And we're gonna do the next boss. So from the next boss, the Oberon Master Quads that I bought should level up so we get access to a spell. And so this dungeon here, we are actually gonna cut most of it out with out of bounds. But it has one mandatory battle. And then the boss. And you don't want to use Reen's CP in this battle because he really needs it for the boss. So we're just gonna use a normal attack with him. These enemies are annoying in the sense that they start to heal themselves, like this. And for a really fast fight you want them to not get the heal off, but they did. So another thing that I'm constantly on the lookout for here is my BP. So right now I'm at 5 BP, which is what I need for the boss fight, so I don't have any problems with that. Alright, so now we're gonna do next out of bounds. This one is a little bit tricky because of the spider. If it aggroes me... Okay, I gotta get rid of it. So, if that thing aggroes me, I have to get rid of it, because when you try to do the out of bounds, your character would target whatever enemy is in range. Oh, nice first try. That's the hardest out of bounds in the entire run, probably. There is really nothing you can use as visual cues. I gotta heal before going to the boss. This boss would be kind of hard if it wasn't for Altina's Order. So we're gonna be using Altina's Order the only time in the run here. Altina's Order is really strong. It costs 3 BP, but it reflects every single attack for 4 turns. But 1 is really bad, by the way. So I'm gonna explain what happened a little bit later, because I am kind of trying to get through this fight. Yeah, the battles are forced ambush, and they have a really nasty AoE attack, which uses slow on all of us. And if we get slowed by the spider net, we would basically just lose the fight, probably. So we're just gonna use Absolute Reflect, which for 4 of our turns, it will reflect all attacks. But yeah, unfortunately we got Vanish on one of the enemies, which means it will be away from the battle for a few moments. Now, if it was the last enemy, it would be great, but because of what happened at the beginning, it's really bad. Because it's gonna come back with basically full health. And all of this AoE damage that we've done has not touched it, so now it's back. So we're probably gonna lose some time here. Also, I need to be on at least 4 BP after this fight, which is looking pretty good. A lot of this is helped because I got... So maybe this fight is a good time to talk about bonus turns. So you can see at the left, sometimes there's this icon next to a turn, like a character's turn. That's a bonus turn. So, like for instance, the bonus turn on Yuna's, next to Yuna right now, is a CP bonus turn, which gives her 10 CP when she gets her turn. Which is not major, but there's some really big bonus turns. Especially ones that give you 3 BP. And so we actually got one 3 BP bonus turn in an earlier boss fight. And that's why our BB is in a really good place right now. Also, you saw here Oberon got level up, so nice. If you are having trouble seeing colors, this is a nightmare. Because somehow someone decided that making this light blue flowers here in middle of this kind of light green grass is a good idea. It's not. Alright, but we found the flowers mostly because I remember where they are. If you actually try to look for those flowers without knowing where they are, that's actually kind of a nightmare. Especially if you have any sort of like color impairment. But that was the quest. We got some money and I think that's basically it. I think we got also some healing items, which are actually really useful at the early point of the run. Yeah, Reen got a new Brave Order as well. So Reen is the only character in the game who has more than one Brave Order. And the one we just got is basically what enables this run. So like I said earlier, spells have a casting time and a recovery time. And Reen's new order, which is called Divine Song, it costs 2 BB and it removes the casting time of spells for 6 turns. And it's really big in this game in particular because the casting time is a majority of offensive spells' total delay. So if we are able to remove the casting time of spells, we only have to deal with the recovery now. Again, as long as we have 2 BB, we can cast spells with no casting time for 6 turns. And it turns out this is really strong. And that is why we are really dependent on BB. Because immediately after this, we're gonna be using spells for most of the fights. So here we quickly examined a train accident. We figured out that it was caused by the robots as well, so they just kind of went to the rails and beat the shit out of the train. Which totally doesn't remind us of anything that happened in a previous game. And now we're gonna go to Parm, which is another, it's a smaller town here. This is actually Kurt's hometown, so he is visiting home a little bit. So once again, we are in a new town, we gotta go around, do some stuff, but first we're gonna walk back to the city because we have things to do. No. So we open one slot for Reen, so he can now equip 1 more quartz. And then we're gonna go to the exchange shop, and we're gonna get something called a wind bell. What wind bell does is it basically is another part of the magic equation. So as Divine Song removes the casting time of spells, Wind Bell basically halves the casting time of wind spells. And now we're basically gonna switch screen to use magic. Because he just has the most slots at this point and is the higher level. And we bought some gear that gives us a little bit more speed. And shoes that give us evasion. Those shoes are probably gonna go out of the route really soon. But we'll just buy them now because I haven't rerouted the shoeless yet. It's really not a big deal, it's just 750 money. So it doesn't really do much. It allows us to buy 1 more accessory later in the run. If we skip the shoes. But we'll just buy them now because that's what I'm used to. Alright, we're gonna jump on the horses again. One thing about horse movement is that exactly this. Although it's faster, if you bump into an object, the horses get the animation where they kind of just get a little bit shocked. So, gotta be a little bit careful with the horses. Also, when you pick up chests on a horse, you want to kind of wheel to the chest, because it's faster to wheel the horse around than it is to try to turn it on place. So I will generally do like this, just pick up the chest. And here we're gonna find the next set of robots, and you're gonna see Divine Song plus Wind Bell in action. So in this fight, Kurt's here just to take damage. Yuna's gonna buff Rin, and Rin's gonna cast Nemesis Arrow, which is the spell we got from leveling up Oberon. And Altina mostly just heals Kurt here. So he takes most of the damage. We don't want damage to our backline if possible. And now we're gonna use Divine Song, and you can see that we now have 6 delay between spells. So we used to have quite a lot more delay, but now we have 6. You know what? I'm just gonna rebuff Rin. So if you compare, this attack here takes like over 30 delay. And Rin's taking 6 between spells. So that's really strong. And this one is 5 delay. So we clean that up with spells. The next fight is gonna be basically similar. It's different set of enemies, but it's essentially the same fight. So now we're gonna do something that we're gonna be doing quite a lot during the run. We're gonna take showers. So shower is the best way of restoring stuff because it's free and it restores CP. So you get full HP, full EP, and you get 100 CP. Now the curious part is that you can shower as many times as you want, and the max CP is 200. So you will see me shower twice, quite a lot. I don't know why it doesn't just give you 200 at once, because you can just do it again, but video game logic. We are really dirty a lot of the time, so we gotta take 2 showers before we can move on. Oh. I was not looking at where I was going. Alright, so here we are. We're gonna be investigating the last set of robots, which are behind this really cleverly covered road. Now this road leads to a place called Hamel, which some of you may have heard if you played previous games in the series. And here are this is the balancing clowns. This fight is less dangerous than the previous one. However, one problem with this fight is that if they are low HP, they will start to heal each other. And we really don't want them to heal each other, because then this is going to be a really slow fight. So hopefully they don't do that. Also, they have a lot more HP, and they are not weak to wind. At least not to the same degree as the previous ones. So we need a little bit of help with damage from our other people as well. But again, we're casting the 6 delay Nemesis arrows here. No problem. So we're gonna get the break. Just gonna buff Rin again. You can see that this is kind of strong. And basically, well, it's hard to say whether the spell was Divine Song was nerfed in Cold Steel 4, because there's another reason why this strat is not as strong in Cold Steel 4, and we're gonna come back to that in Chapter 3. But for now, we basically found out what the robots were up to. Well, we didn't really find out much, but we fought all the robots, so at least they're not terrorizing people anymore. And we're basically done with our day. Except we have a little bit of a problem here. So some terrorist organization is casually attacking our camp. So this is a really safe field trip. We never put our students at any risk, of course. This move is important because it prevents from all of them targeting the same person. So if all of them target the same person, we are in trouble, but if they split targets, we're fine. Also, we're getting 3 BB bonus turns in row, which is kind of crazy. Yeah, we are keeping our students really safe. And yes, that scene was where the Lara hack happens, indeed. So these are basically like a repetition of the fights we just did. So this is the same fights, same 3 fights we did. We are a little bit stronger now. So this fight in particular is a lot easier. And then we have the same 2 other fights, which will be exactly the same. We just gotta keep sure that we heal our HP between fights and change the formation back to this one. So the formation previously was to spread out, and this one is to just keep Kurt at the front, so he will take all the hits. Like this. Sometimes they will target the backline, which means we have to take a little bit of measures to not die. But we avoided that in this particular run. So same fight, we're just gonna be casting Nemesis arrows and healing Kurt so he doesn't die. We used to actually just have more HP for Kurt, so we didn't really heal him. But it just turns out that it's faster to just heal him and not bother with the HPs. Mostly because the HP quartz that we would use come from the 2 tutorial fights that we skipped. So we just don't have the option to use those anymore. Oh, I'm getting really lucky with the BB bonus turns as well. Like, I'm getting another one again. So my BB routing is really free at this point. This is a common theme in the run, by the way. You're gonna hear me talk about my BB a lot. Because it's basically one of the major adaptation things you have to do in this run. Like, whenever your BB is too low, you have to somehow figure out how to get back on track efficiently. And basically this is where the healing items come really useful, because we can just keep healing Kurt instead of doing anything else. Again, this fight is a little bit tankier than the previous one, so we need a little bit more damage. But hopefully they don't get heals off. As long as they don't get heals off, it should be fine. And we get a crit turn, so this should definitely be fine. Spells can crit in this game, so... Oh, you don't have any. You're gonna run out of EP, so we're just gonna attack and do a little bit of damage by linking with green. Okay, so we run out of the thing. We gotta do a little bit more damage with crafts. I think we will be fine though. So we're just gonna link everyone with Reen. You will see me change the links quite a lot. Because Reen has all the damage, basically at this point, so everyone else just kind of unbalances the enemy to allow Reen to hit them all. And that was the siege, so we defended our camp, no one died. No one ever dies in Trails, by the way. So that was so that gave us a little bit of a hint what's going on here. So we figured out that the enemies were, the robots were here not to really do anything specific, but just to be a distraction. No, not that one. No, not that one. Alright, so now actually what happens in the next... So this is the second day of the field trip. And basically... we found a few old friends while we were doing the previous day, and they're all back here now. So Rin's joined with some of his old classmates from the first 2 games. So this is now adult time, because we are like 20 years old, so we are adults. And we basically let the students, or told the students to stay at the train. So the kids are now sleeping at home while the adults are out to play. And of course they're gonna be following the order because we are in a military school. They would never defy orders. Just like Rin or his friends never defied any orders in their school days. These fights are just cleanup basically because we are a lot stronger right now. So of course, as is probably usual with most speedruns, when you get visiting characters, they are usually higher level than your own because we skip all fights with our normal crew. So we have a lot stronger characters right now, so we're just gonna clean up fights with crafts instead of going for the spells. Because while the spells are really strong, it still takes more time to clean these fights up with spells. I'm not on a super tight BB routing right now, but by the time I reach the boss of the chapter, I do have to have 5 BB. So I'm kind of free to use whatever I want in these fights. But staying above 5 BB or staying on 5 BB is generally a good idea. But generally speaking, this is another moment where you have to kind of just use your own judgment to figure out whether you want to use BP to make the fight go faster, or if you want to save the BP so that you are guaranteed to have 5 for the boss. But here we are basically going to ask this Elliot guy's father, who is I don't remember his rank, but he's a high-ranking military guy here. And we're just gonna ask him, like, where would these like, well, the association is called Ouroboros. They're kind of the maybe bad guys of the series. We don't really know for sure, but they always are up to some really weird stuff. So we kind of want to find out what they're up to here. And we learned that they are probably aiming for Hamel, which is a place that has a lot of significance in the lore of this. Oh wait, I wasn't supposed to do this. I gotta shower first, so... You meet old friends, you go showering with them, of course. That's what we always do. Just gonna shower twice, even though Rin was like maybe 5 CP away from full. Alright, so we're basically going to Hamel. We're gonna horse there. So this is kind of the finale of the chapter. So every chapter has like a finale where we have to go fight the bad guys. Like first we figure out what they're up to and then we go fight them. And here we are going to Hamel. So we don't know exactly what they're doing there, but they're doing something there. So we're gonna be just trying to find it out. And we're gonna be joined by another familiar face if you've played really old games in the series. So here we have Fee lead because, again, this dungeon or area doesn't really have any use for out of bounds. But Fee has a ranged attack that we will be using here to break these rocks. Because whenever you break rocks, you get like 5 CP back. And this particular segment has 3 battles. And we have to manage both our BP and our CP, so we have enough for the actual boss. Because the boss we're about to fight here is the most difficult fight in the entire run. And we really need all of our resources to fight that boss. So we have like 3 fights with these robots. These are not hard. But again, this is like a matter of just optimizing your use of both CP and BB versus having enough for the boss. And this is why we use Fee here, so she can shoot the rocks from far. It's a fast animation and we don't need to walk close to the rock, so that's good. And it allows us to get just small amounts of CP back. Sometimes these enemies do get a little bit annoying because they can heal each other. Or themselves. So here I'm just gonna use a normal attack because I'm kinda low on CP on P. And this will be a little bit of a slower cleanup. So this enemy got a heal off though, so that's why it's taking a while. But yeah, Agat here is basically the strongest character we have at the moment, so he's gonna be a big player in the boss fight. And that's why we really want him to have a lot of CP. Because he has a move called Beatdown, which covers a really big area and does a lot of damage. But it costs 80 CP to use. And everyone else also needs like 150 CP. Okay, using a rush here is a little bit risky, but I will do it. Sometimes you get really unlucky and you don't get to grab your CP back, or BB back, which is a little bit manga-esque because you definitely want 5 for the boss. You can do the boss with 4, but luckily we got the... So a lot of these attacks we're using, they have a quite high unbalanced rating. So that's why, even though the enemies are not broken, we are still kind of safe to use a little bit of BP here, and we're probably gonna get it back. Okay, so that was the fights. Now we're just gonna have to run through the next area while breaking some rocks. And then we're gonna be fighting the boss, so... Because I have to focus on the fight, I'm gonna explain in advance what's difficult about the boss. So there's 5 enemies, and... First of all, we really want them to group up, because if they are spread out, it will be a really long fight. Also, one of the enemies, called Shirley, the red-haired girl, has an attack that if she gets to enhance, and then gets one more turn after that, she will kill us. So if we let her take too many turns, or 2 turns after she is half HP, we die. She also has an attack called Murder Strafe, which if she uses that, it can either kill us like right off, because it has instant death proc, but it also moves her to the other side of us, so basically it means the enemies will be super spread out, and even if we win, the fight's gonna be really slow. And the other enemies have status effects too, so this one is just really RNG heavy. And hopefully it will go well. But at least it has a really good music, so you guys can enjoy the chill tunes while I sweat my ass here. So, our goal is to buff ourselves up, keep the enemies as broken as we can, and keep them as close together as we can. And this fight can take anywhere between 2 and 4 minutes, or we can just die, which means we have to retry. Okay, no Murder Strafe, that's already a good start. So I'm just focusing on this fight. I probably want to wait until the dogs come close, because the dogs are also really annoying. So I'm just gonna use Chrono Drive here, and what are you gonna do? I'm just gonna move in place. You just heal yourself. So I'm gonna allow the enemies to come closer so they will be a little bit more grouped up. Even though that is a little bit risky because I allowed Shirley to take another turn. Because if she uses Murder Strafe, again, this fight's gonna take forever. Alright, so now we're gonna start attacking them. We're gonna use Agat's Craft Order first, which gives us more break damage. And also a strength buff. And Beatdown hits everyone right now, which is what we want. So that's really good. He is burning, which is not ideal. But this is a really good group up right now. And we're just gonna link with Agat for everyone. And we're gonna use Valiant Hearts, which gives us 60% damage boost on top of whatever strength buffs we have. And hopefully we can just clean this fight up to as good of a position as we can. So usually we do need to break Shirley again, but that's usually not a problem. Unless Agat misses, so let's hope he doesn't miss. Yikes. That's exactly what we don't want. I'm just gonna use a Ras to break her. Now she powers up as well, that's not as bad. Actually, I think I'm gonna heal. So she doesn't die. Okay, so this fight we're probably gonna win, but it's gonna take a while, because she got... because of the one miss, basically. That miss was really bad. Okay, he has enough for Beatdown, which should be enough to kill this fight. Alright, we made it. This was the hardest fight in the run. There's a couple more fights that are a little bit manga-esque, but this is by far the most difficult one. And 3 minutes, that's pretty okay time. My best for this fight is a little bit below 2 minutes. Which was insane, I don't know how I even got 2 minutes. Alright, so now we have one more battle in this, well, a series of 2 battles. So we have the mech fights coming back. This fight is a little bit RNG. So the hands have 100% unbalance, but the body does not. And this move has 90%. So instead of using a normal attack on the body, which would have 75% unbalance, we use the move that has 90% unbalance, regardless of... Oh, I did the wrong thing. I was supposed to use a finisher there, but it's not a big deal. So this is the first phase of the fight. We just gotta hit the red line. And we ideally want to end this phase with 1 BP. And this phase is gonna depend on whether... We used the craft called Crescent Blast twice. And we want it to unbalance on both times. If it doesn't, then we have a little bit of a slow fight, but it did, so we have the fastest fight. And we get to start the next phase with 1 BB. Yeah, so now in the next phase, surprise, surprise, the students didn't listen to us and they came to help us anyway. So, Kurt's here and we get to fight this guy with 2 max. This also introduces us to Unite attacks, which is the strongest mech attack. It uses 5 BB, and then it does a lot of damage. And also we get partners, so these are... Basically, the other people are supporting us, and they can give us buffs. So Lara is good for giving a big attack buff. And then Yuna has a quick, which means whenever she casts a quick ability, the mech siege supporting gets to act immediately. And so we build the 5BB, and then we're gonna break with a unite attack. Hopefully this unbalances. Yeah, nice. And we unite. Now we're gonna use Kurt's Range Slash, which is the best mech attack in the game. Unlike normal battles, where delay effects are percentage based, in mech battles, if you have an attack with delay, it's always guaranteed to trigger the delay. So we can, once we break the boss, we can use range slashes to extend the break quite a lot. As you can see, the boss's turn just gets pushed far away, like further and further away, allowing us to just get a lot of turns before it recovers and do a lot of damage. Especially with also Yuna using the quick ability. This. And now we already have enough BB for another unite, and we got unbalanced with the 90%. Oh, that was a really good fight. That was basically ideal time for the fight. So it went exactly the script. If we miss some unbalances, it gets a lot slower. Because, well, we have to wait for Rin's turn to come up again. The thing about the Unite attack is that although it is basically an attack of all the mechs, its power only depends on the mech that is activating it. And buffs on the mech, only buffs on that mech apply, so we have all of our buffs on Rin, and he is the strongest one right now. So the category means that I am allowed to use Turbo for the out of bounds trick, because that's the only way to do it. But I cannot use Turbo freely. Alright, so now this is chapter 2, and again we are back at school. And we gotta talk to a few people here at school before we can move on. Usually it means like we have some new people joining the school between these chapters, and we talk to them, and we usually also have to visit the hangar. And we are so lazy that we actually just teleport back to the beginning of the hangar instead of walking back. And then we walk down the stairs, and we are done with the school day. So that was fast. Also, it's gonna be really fast to go through the next day as well, because we already explored all of the town in chapter 1. So we don't actually need to visit any places at all. The only thing we need to do here is take a bath, because it gives us CP, which we really need. And then we're gonna visit this girl who we met in chapter 1. We're gonna make a couple of things here. I always forget where you have the warp after this. So we just bought some orbs, which are like quads for mech. A little bit more attack power and a Bravestone, which is a consumable that is used for 3BB in mech fights. And now we're heading to the dungeon again. HP2. Whoops. Alright, so unlike the previous training dungeon, this one uses the out of bounds a lot. So this is one of the biggest uses for the new out of bounds because Yuna can do it. This is one of the harder ones as well to get right. Okay, second try, I'll take it. So one thing about out of bounds is that while walls basically don't exist, stairs do. So we cannot gain height normally while out of bounds, so we have to kind of go back inside like this to gain height. And then we just go back out of the wall again. This is actually really hard because there is nothing to use as a visual cue again. And now I'm gonna actually swap back to Reen for a bit, because although Reen's clip is harder, these small gutters that we are in when we are like not actually inbounds but not also fully out of bounds are exactly the right length that if Reen is standing his wall next to his back to the wall, he will always get the out of bounds. So we basically get a free correct distance for Reen when we are in the gutters. And in this fight we gotta break this and get 5 BB, which is a lot to grab, so I'm trying to not over-damage them while they're broken. So I absolutely need 5 BB for the boss. If I don't get 5 from this fight, I actually have to take an extra fight just to farm BB, because the only way to get BB in this game is during battles. So there is no way to get BB outside of battle. Oh, I forgot to do this. So Yuna has 2 modes. She can be ranged or melee. If she is ranged, she gains AoE and range, but loses a little bit of damage. Okay, no, that was a bad idea. I should have used normal attack. Yeah, I gotta take the farming fight because we're not getting 5 BB of this one. This is basically the chapter of farming fights anyway. We take a lot of farming fights for BB in this chapter. Again, I'm gonna switch to Reen because he gets this for free. And then we're again gonna use this ramp to gain height. Switch back to Yuna. This is a little bit of a hard one. Okay. So that was the dungeon, which was cut quite a lot shorter with the out of bounds. I'm gonna do a long menu here, so I'm gonna shut up for a moment. Oh, I forgot to do slots. Oh, why? Why? Okay, that's a problem. It's a huge problem. Why do I have less Sepit? I forgot to pick up a chest. Well, I think I'm actually gonna have to go back and pick up one chest. Because I have too little Sepit, and I don't know why. I also forgot to do the grinding fight, by the way. So I have to do that as well. This is a lot of time loss, actually. I gotta walk back to the entrance, actually. I don't know what went wrong there. I gotta... There is one Sepit just in this dungeon, luckily, so we can just pick that up to fix the situation. Just trying to figure out why I'm why I'm short on Sepit to begin with. That's a little bit harder. So I'm just gonna use Yuna here to go. Okay, can you get out of... Thank you. Trying to remember which chest I could have forgotten, but... Oh. Ah, yikes. Well, whatever, we now have the Sepit, so that's definitely a time loss. But we cannot do the fight without opening that slot. So this coming up boss is, again, one of the harder ones in the run. Oh yeah, the BB fight. I forgot that as well. That would be disastrous as well. Let's do it here. Wow. Luckily we can use CP here, so it's not a big deal. Alright, there's the BB. Alright, so we're gonna finish the setup. Already did finish the setup. We're gonna form this small square here. So this boss fight has a lot of AoE damage. And we're just gonna be in a really tight formation to heal up. Because the heal spell we have right now has a really small AoE. But basically we're just gonna use a lot of Divine Song in this fight. I think we're gonna use 3 Divine Songs in this fight. And this fight has a little bit of variety, so sometimes it goes better and sometimes a little... So I got a free order turn, so I'm gonna re-up my Divine Song a little bit ahead of time. So this boss only does AoE basically, and it does a lot of damage. So we just gonna heal up and hope we don't die. Also, another thing about this fight is that we don't want to break it before its turn, like immediately before its turn. So we want to wait until it's taken its turn before we break it. Otherwise it's not gonna be broken for long enough. So this shouldn't break yet. Okay, I'm not gonna risk anymore. I'm just gonna use a Mind Potion on Rin to delay his turn a little bit. And then I'm gonna heal up to tank up the next attack. Just gonna kneel shot here and then buff. And now I'm gonna go for the break. And hopefully it will give me enough time to finish the fight. So you can see the delay is now 4, so Rin casts just a lot of spells. I do need to take 1 BB, so I'm just gonna attack with Altina to get the BB. So I can re-up my Divine Song one more time. So we're just basically tickling the boss to death here. Okay, Kurt could have gotten the BB as well. Actually, I'm just gonna finish with a craft here because it's almost dead, so I save my BB. It's always good to save BB if you can. And anyway, the Divine Song animation would have taken some time. So I really don't know what happened with my Sepit in this playthrough. But we made it through the dungeon anyway. And the boss was kind of smooth. Okay, so that was the dungeon part, and we get to explore freely, but we don't have anything required to do, so we just go to sleep. And that's basically the first part of the this chapter. And then we have a mech fight, so basically these guys came from the main school. So we are in the side school, and this guy here is the Imperial Prince, who is in the main school. And he just came to pick up a fight with us for no reason. He's actually maybe I should explain the fight a little bit. So I want 2 unbalances before Ash's next turn, which he's not gonna get, so... So I'm just gonna use an item with Ash here, because I don't have 5 BP, and using item takes less time than using attack. So ideally I would have had 5 BB from the 2 attacks I did at the beginning of the fight. But the first one is I think 70% and the other one's 75%, so hitting them is not always gonna happen. But now that we have 5 BB, we can just use Unite and start murdering them. So Yuna gets to hit all of them. We ideally want her to kill both of the side ones with 1 attack to skip 1 dying animation, which happened. And then we're just gonna finish this guy. And we get to finish with a spell, which is better, because if you finish with an attack, you get this like finish her prompt, which takes a few seconds. If you finish with a spell, the enemy just dies immediately. So finishing with a spell is ideal. So yeah, basically the backstory of that fight is that the prince, Kurt is like the prince's sworn protector. So Kurt's family is this kind of a family that protects the imperial family. And so the prince is kind of old friends with Kurt. I just came here just to mess with us, basically. And he's also like a really big fan of Reen. Reen's a war hero, and also everyone likes Reen. Especially all the girls like Reen, which is like one rather big point of conversation about this series in particular. But we're not gonna go too much into that, because we are busy just smashing through the game. Alright, here we are, second field trip. Gonna sell this. Buy new weapons for Yuna and Reen, and then we're also gonna upgrade Reen's weapon, so each weapon can be upgraded once, which will increase its attack power a little bit. We're mostly gonna be upgrading Reen's, because no one else is gonna be attacking, really. We do buy Yuna a weapon in this chapter, just for a little bit of damage for cleanups. Doesn't really matter, I think it could be maybe skipped. But anyway, this is Crossbow, so if you played the Crossbow arc, which is, well, half of it is out in English, so Trails from Zero, which came out in autumn. This is basically the place where that arc takes place. And this is also Yuna's home city, so having Yuna lead here is appropriate. But we also need Yuna to lead here because, again, we're gonna be ignoring some walls. And a big theme of the Trails from Zero and Trails to Azure is the motto, or the motto, get over the barrier. So Yuna has definitely learned from those people how to get over barriers. Yeah, this is another long section where we just walk around. We have to trigger these events to proceed to the next dungeon. It's not whole lot going on here. So we visited the harbor to see, just because there was some... Like the local amusement park where you go by boat was out of operation at the moment. We just kind of tried to figure out why. And then we went to pick up a job. And then we just continued the city tour. And we pick up another job that's mandatory. So we gotta go basically walk around and ask the shopkeepers to fill some questionnaires. And then we're gonna go to the last area we can go. We're gonna visit the bakery to get some bagels. Bagels are great. And then we're gonna visit Yuna's home, because this is not awkward at all. Visiting your home with your classmates and your teacher. Yuna is like the one JRPG protagonist that has the most normal family in all of the games I've ever played. She has both parents who are alive and not doing anything dangerous, and she has, I think, 2 siblings. Oh, I forgot to do something. I forgot to buy some noodles. Just gonna have to go back for those. Oh yeah, I have to go back for this as well. So these noodles are rather important for the next chapter, so I just gotta go buy them. No, not those noodles, these ones. The noodles say they heal EP, but they actually heal CP. 25 for each. And because CP recovery is kind of hard to come by, they are really important. Because we don't always have access to shower, even though we quite often do have access, because we can just fast travel to the shower. But that's not always the case, so sometimes we actually have to figure out how to restore our CP on the field. Alright, so this dungeon used to be really long and kind of boring, but thanks to Yuna just learning how to overcome barriers, it's gotten a lot more nice. Again, some cleanup fights. We have a new visiting party member, Theo from Trails from Zero, and once again, because she's a visiting party member, she's way stronger than everyone else. So we're of course gonna be having her in the party. And then we're just gonna go do some shenanigans to these. Oh, it was too close. So we would normally have to kind of do some gimmick stuff here. Press some switches and raise some bridges. But we just ignore all of that now. It's another cleanup fight here. These enemies are a little bit closer to each other, but I see we pushed them apart anyway. So this was a little bit of slow cleanup, but ideally you would just have Reen go first and then Theo finish up the fight. But the enemy placements are not always exactly the same, and also you can push them a little bit apart with the Crescent Flash, which happened there, and that's why it took a little bit longer. So the next segment we are gonna go in absolutely not the correct order. This is a nice segment to go through, if I get the clips. So we're gonna pick up some chests here, and then we're gonna move on. So again, these are kind of precise, but there's visual cues you can use. Except this one. So this one is a little bit tricky because you don't really have anything you can use for cue. Second try is pretty good. Then we got the... Don't forget you're in an anime kind of dialogue from the ladder. Also, these walls that I am going through are really thin. Like, these are some of the most thin walls in the game, so these are some of the easier out of bounds to get. So, of course, I failed them. I'm gonna change my formation now for the next battles. I need Yuna to be up front so she can tank hits, because these enemies can paralyze. And she has the accessory that makes her immune to paralyze. So again, this is a fight that I have to clean up, and I have to end with 5 BB. That helps. So sometimes I can use a rush here. And this attack is really good here because these are really weak to freeze. So if I use a rush, I have to gain BB back, but it will make the fight a little bit faster. So I'm not sure if I'll use... I think it's safe to use one. Then we just gotta get 2 more back. Yeah, it's fine. Oh, I should have linked with Tio for more damage. Oh, this one's gonna die to the freeze anyway. Freeze is like the strongest status element in the game. It prevents movement and it does damage, so it's really strong. Okay, so that was fine. Quite fast, and we ended up with 5 BB. Now this enemy can be a little bit annoying because you have to kind of get rid of it before you can do the out of bounds. Because if you're too close, Yuna will target the enemy instead. And that's the dungeon. That was definitely the intended route. Okay, we're gonna rest here and prepare for the boss. So a little bit of time. Oh yeah, tactics are. So this boss is actually kind of tricky, but with the current strats, it's usually safe. We're gonna be casting a lot of Aqua Bleeds here. So again, we're gonna Divine Song, and we're gonna be linking with Tio, because Tio has art support. So there's a... Support skills have a chance to proc when you are linked with someone. And art support is good because it gives you more damage. And the other guys are just gonna buff. I'm just gonna be casting this Aqua Bleeds until it's broken. Re-upping our Divine Song as needed, so... At the moment we have... 3 delay between these. And Tio's gonna break with Absolute Zero, and now it's just gonna spam Aqua Bleeds until it's dead. And we have to take 1 BB. Hopefully we can get the BB. Okay, the turnout is getting a little bit awkward. Yeah, this is a little bit awkward. I have to just move so I can get a BB. And hopefully still have enough time to actually finish the fight. Actually, just gonna use a Bagel on Reen. So Bagel gives you a little bit of... It gives you 1 stack of magic damage buff. Okay, it recovers. But we should still have enough turns before it gets its actual turn to kill it, hopefully. Oh, I'm not linked with Tio. Okay, if this doesn't kill, I'm in trouble, but it does, so... If that boss gets to enhance, we basically lose, because it will immediately power itself up, and it will take 3 turns in row and heal itself, so... we lose if it gets to enhance. But that fight usually, even though I had a little bit of a trouble with the turn order there, it was still fine. Okay, we got a new visitor again. So you can guess that that visitor's gonna be putting some work in. And we're gonna do this really odd formation here, which has a really specific purpose. And I'm gonna explain when we get to the fight. And we also got a new means of transportation, so these bikes are gonna be our main method of field travel from now on. And as you saw, we ended the last fight with like 0 or 1 BB. And we're gonna do a grind fight here, so we're gonna actually just assault this monkey and grab 5 BB from this fight. Hopefully. So I'm just gonna use auto here. So this is not technically using turbo because I'm just using auto battle to make the game faster. And then once we are at 5 BP, we're just gonna flee and hop on our bike and be on our way. And here we gotta investigate the beach. So basically what we're investigating in general is that for some reason this Land of Crossbow has some like weird cryptid beasts appearing that should not be present here. So these cryptids that we are about to fight, they only exist in the Empire. And they shouldn't be here, basically. Alright, so this fight is kind of similar to the previous one, but it will attack us twice. And we basically wanted the formation because if you get pushed back, it's a problem because then it will attack Green and friends. So basically we use Sharon to make it so that Yuna cannot be pushed back. And then we just spam needle shoots to try and kill the boss. This has a lot of HP, but it's kind of slow. So we get a lot of casts here. And I also got 1 bonus BB. You can just use Fortuna. Oh, I used it without Divine Song. Whoops. Well, doesn't matter too much. So again, we try to break before it gets its next turn. Because once again, if this enemy gets a turn after its half HP, then we are not gonna have a good time. Okay, we already got 1 bonus BB. But I think I'm just gonna grab another one by attacking here, because my Divine Song's not going anyway. So, again, this run has a lot of small decisions like that, where you just have to decide how exactly to perform the script. So, while these fights are sort of scripted, there's always variation because of the turn orders and because of the bonus turns. And it's just kind of up to the runner to make the best of what they get. And that was a good fight. We even ended with 2 BB, so basically the next farm fight we're gonna do is gonna be faster. Alright, so that was the beach. And now we're gonna go back to the camp and we're gonna go fight the next cryptid. So, but before that, we're gonna have a lot of cutscenes. So I'm just gonna mash through these cutscenes. So luckily this game has cutscene skip. Unfortunately, it only skips 1 cutscene at a time. So when we have these long strings of cutscenes, we have to skip quite a few in a row. Like this one's, I think, 11 cutscene skips. And this game's kind of long, by the way. So we shortened it to like 4.5 hours here. But it took me 115 to complete on my first playthrough. And yeah, this is the 8th game in the entire Trail series, so if you get into the series, there's a lot of game to play. This is one of the longer ones, but it's not the longest. And here we are, so we're on the other road. We're gonna go investigate another spot where cryptid was spotted. On the way there, we're gonna pick up some chests. And we're gonna fight one group of enemies to get our BP back. And we're gonna do the bike turning around trick. So, of course, bikes are really slow to turn around. So the faster way to basically get your bike to change directions is to get off the bike and just resummon it again. Just like real life. So we're gonna assault these lizards. We're gonna grab our BB and be on our merry way, hopefully. Luckily we got some unbalances here, so we don't have to wait too long. So we have 5 BB and we can go. And we just hop back on the bike. And the bike's facing the direction we were facing, so that's fine. And we're gonna pick up one more chest. This has Fireball. Again, so you've seen me, I swapped bells for the previous fights, so because the enemies, well, sometimes when you pick up that chest, if you try to get on the bike too close to the tree, you get stuck on the tree. So yeah, these bosses are weak to different elements, so that's why we have different kinds of bells, and we change the bells according to the boss. Another short menu here, I'm just gonna change my bells and spells. And formation. So here we want a tight formation because this is another fight where we don't avoid getting damage. So we actually have to heal, and our heal spell has a really small AoE. So we just kind of group together for the heals. And we put Yuna up front because she can technically counterattack. So we have quartz called Rage that we got from a previous boss as a reward. Which whenever you make a counterattack, it will always crit. And when an attack crits, it will always unbalance. So it means that if Yuna gets a counterattack, we get a BP. And that's nice. So this fight, we also got a new mechanic for Reen, which is he has white hair now. That makes him stronger. White hair is cool. And then we just Divine Song up and start buffing and healing up. So I'm gonna talk about Reen's new mechanic a little bit later. But I guess I can talk about it in this fight as well. So he gets his new form. In this fight the form is permanent, so he's in the form for the whole fight. It gives him full strength and speed buffs. And it also makes him stronger, like it upgrades his moves, and he becomes immune to status effects, so he gets quite a bit more powerful. Here I'm just casting spells without Divine Song because I gotta wait for Reen to get a turn again. And then I'm gonna keep spamming airstrikes. I should have enough BP for the remaining Divine Songs as well. So this boss is gonna get to enrage, usually. But this boss doesn't get a full heal when it enrages, it only gets a regen. And regen only procs when you complete an action. And the thing is that about this boss is that it doesn't actually have like instant attacks. All the attacks this boss does is they have like a charging delay. So it will charge up the attack like this, but it doesn't execute yet, so the regen doesn't proc, and we can just keep hammering it with these airstrikes. And before the craft actually goes off, we do get to break the boss. And then we just probably finish the boss with crafts from here. Oh, like this. So I'm just gonna link with Reen. Reen does quite a lot of damage even with the assist. And then he uses Arcane Gale to finish the boss, yep. This guy has a lot of HP, but he's not that dangerous. And we also got a level up for Scald, so one thing about leveling up Master Quartz in this game, there's something called the Master Quartz level up glitch. So when a Master Quartz levels up, anyone holding the Master Quartz in either their main or sub slot will have all of their HP, EP, and CP reset to the level they were at the beginning of the battle. So we got the Master Quartz level up there, and Reen was at full HP, EP, and CP at the beginning of the fight. So when we got the level up, he actually has full CP again. It doesn't matter for this particular moment, but it will matter for later. Oops. So the Master Quartz glitch is way more important in normal any percent where you use S-crafts. Because S-crafts are really strong, but they use all of your CP. So keeping your CP up in the normal like S-craft route is really a lot of work. And you have to time your Master Quartz level ups so that you will basically end most fights with a Master Quartz level up on relevant characters so they get their CP back. But in this run we only need to do that once. And then a couple of times we can save a little bit of time if it happens with a fortuitous timing. Okay, so this segment we basically get to see Muse and Ash again. These guys were in the intro. They're not part of our class yet, spoiler, but they are basically... We are all here, so everyone from the school is in this tower because we are kind of helping with security. Because there's like a big diplomatic thing going on here. And of course it gets attacked by who else than Ouroboros, who were basically the culprits behind the events in the previous chapter as well. So we are gonna go to a stairwell soon. And one peculiar thing about the stairwell is that if you get into battles in the stairwell, you cannot escape. So this is a really tight place, and there's two floors with enemies. The first one only has one, we can run around that guy. But the other one has two enemies, which is really annoying. So we just go kind of outside the staircase instead. And we get access to Ash. So Ash has the more easier way to do the out of bounds. So Ash is one of the two characters with a forward moving assault craft or assault attack. Which if you press turbo while doing that, you will go through a wall. And this is actually a fight we gotta lose. So I'm just gonna remove links and put the game on auto. This is your break time if you need a break during the run. Unfortunately, this is really random how long it takes. This is really fast. If I tried to take a break here, I will be losing time. So, unless you're really fast at going to the bathroom, you may lose time if you leave the game while this is going on. But this is the only time you can get your hands off the controller for any significant amount of time. And in my current PB, the only reason it's not sub 430 is that I accidentally pressed continue. So, and I had to do the fight again. So that's why I am still not under 430 in this game. This fight we have to hit the red mark before we can lose. After that it's a scripted loss, so we just gotta cast some spells to push this guy to the red mark. And I'll just attack with green so he doesn't get... that's annoying. Although I guess we can use the BB. Alright, so now he had a cutscene, and then he's just gonna destroy us. So you cannot win that fight. You can win the previous fight, and I think in the route that uses Ashcrafts, you do win the fight, because Ashcrafts make the winning faster. But in this route, our students don't have really anything equipped, so they don't do like any damage, so doing the fight normally would take way too long. And again, just like previous chapter, once we figure out that things are quite big, Green's old friends are here, and we tell the kids to go to sleep again, and we start investigating with the adults. So we go to another part of the complex we were earlier visiting. So basically what's happening is that once again the Ouroboros is planning something and we need to figure out what they're up to. But because there's a lot of land to cover and we don't really have an idea where they could be, we're gonna go to this supercomputer that's in this complex, and we're gonna use a combination of magic and technology to do this massive scan to figure out where they are. So here we gotta fight some enemies again. Once again, this is kind of because we are having these adults here. These fights are gonna be a lot faster and not really that dangerous, although Reen can die. And also these enemies steal HP, so they have HP drain. So we don't want them to attack us because that will just make the fight longer. This was pretty smooth. Also, in case you didn't guess, this is another section where I have to have at least 4 BB for the boss. But I have one more fight, so I will definitely have 5 BB. Unless I use some in the fight, which I won't be doing. If I have 5 BB in the beginning of the next fight, I usually use a rush if I get an unbalance on the first attack. But since I only have 4, I'm not gonna be doing. I'm just gonna clean the fight up with crafts normally. And here once again, the first screen is kind of linear, so there's no point of going out of bounds. But the next screen is really non-linear, so here we go. We're gonna have to do out of bounds with Reen again. So this is a little bit more precise than with Yuna. But at least there's pretty easy visual cues here, so I usually get this quite easily. This one, you can do a little bit slower back up if you're not confident with your distancing, like seems to be the case for me right now. But I'm stubborn, so I'm just gonna try to go through here. Again, Reen is a lot harder to do this with than... Okay, I'm gonna do the slow one. So you can actually drop here. Oh, I dropped too close to the thing. Now I have to get out of here anyway. Oh, I can... Can you grab the ladder? So you can grab ladders from the wrong side and go up the ladder that way. And then we go back to the fight. So normally we would do the fight before the chest, but of course we are doing things kind of backwards. Another cleanup fight, not much to talk about here, we're just gonna use crafts to finish these guys up. We got a lot of paralyzes and petrifications too, which is nice. Because then they don't do anything on their turns and they go by faster. They're a little bit spread out though, which is annoying. Okay, that was a fight. Then we're gonna do one more new shenanigans, which we're only gonna be using once during the run. But basically you can, in this particular instance... Oh. This is like really easy to do when you don't have your sword out and really hard to do when you have already tried it once. I'm actually just gonna do it like this, so I can... Okay, it's not easy this time in any way. Wow, this is hard. Like I said, Rin has a little bit of a harder time with this than Yuna. Okay, there we go. So we can actually trigger the next TP spot from out of bounds, like this. You do want to make sure you actually got it though, because once I didn't, although I went through the, like close to the spot, I didn't get the TP spot, and I had TP all the way back to the beginning of the dungeon. But we warp out from out of bounds and then we come back in to bounds, basically. Just gonna prepare for the next boss, but we're gonna take the gear off of our students. Oh. Whoops. So this is another Magic Knight boss that's kind of similar to the one we fought in the previous section as well. Now we have access to actually using the Spirit Unification ourselves. So in the previous fight it was just active for us from the beginning. But from now on we have to actually pay 100 CP to use it, and it lasts 3 turns. So we use it normally to just at the beginning of the fight to do some break damage, and then we just move back to casting spells for the break. The enemy does get another attack off, but it chooses to charge instead, which is fine by me. Get the break, and then we're just gonna keep throwing firebolts until it's dead. Sometimes if you get a really nice turn order here, like you get all of your allies to move before the boss gets to recover, you can farm a little bit of BB, sometimes even enough to not need to do a farming fight afterwards. But that's kind of rare. But I do get to grab at least one here, which is nice. Because farming BB is of course always the better, the less time you need for doing it. That fight is not very dangerous because we are having the adults that are a lot stronger than the students. But if it does get enhanced, then it's a death. But it usually just doesn't get. There's a lot of leeway in that fight. So unless you mess something up, that fight is basically free. Alright, so now we've done the scan with the big computer, and we actually know where the baddies are. They went to this like huge tower, and we also got a new member in the party who is sitting on Rin's sidecar at the moment. So we're gonna drive to the tower, but we're gonna pester this monkey again first. Poor monkey. He just doesn't get a break. Well, I mean, he definitely gets a break because we're gonna break him to get BB from him. But not the kind of break he would like, probably. Oh, the enemies do get to move a little bit. It's fine. And we're at 5 BB, so we're just gonna go. It's kind of really rude. We're just gonna, like, stop by, beat the monkey up a little bit, and then we just leave it there. It's like... We're definitely the good guys of this story, by the way. Alright, so... Another instance of we being the good guys. So this is an old tower that has a lot of historical value. And we're just gonna crash into it with the bike. A real Indiana Jones moment there. Alright, so this tower, one weakness of our out of bounds is that it cannot gain height, so as is expected from a tower, this is mostly stairs, so we don't really have any use for out of bounds, we just gotta climb the stairs like plebs. We do have a little bit, we have like a small trick that we're gonna use, but otherwise it's just climbing stairs. We're gonna pick up a couple of chests. This first one has a black bell, which is basically the best kind of bell, because the best spell the bell we're gonna be using, spells and bells, they are easy to mix up. Don't go there, dude. I was trying to go there. So the spell that we're gonna be using for the last half of the run is a time spell, and black spell reduces the recovery time of time spells, so that's basically the most useful spell, bell. And this is just for some resources, so Sepit and U materials, which I really haven't talked about. U materials are used for upgrading equipment, so you can upgrade your weapons and you can basically use it to turn quartz into better quartz as well. The UMAT routing in general is a little bit weird, because a lot of the UMATs come from drops, and they are 50% each, and they're really hard to track. So we can actually shoot the switch from across with Reen's assault attack, the Hadouken. So UMATs are hard to track because we have to skip the result screen before we get to see how many UMATs we got from a battle. So generally speaking, there's no fast way to know how many UMATs you actually have. But usually we have enough because we get a lot of those 50% drops. But sometimes we get so many that we could skip some pickups. But because we cannot know how many we actually have, it's really hard to judge when you can skip a chest or when you can't. So we're gonna get rid of Reen for one fight, finally. Yay! No Reen. So the next fight is one of the more dangerous ones in the run as well. So I'm just gonna prepare for that real quick. Ah. Alright, so in this fight we have to fight this Living Armus, and it's not that different from a lot of other fights. We have spellcasters using Nemesis Arrow that hopefully hit all of them. This is also the only fight in the run where we actually have Emma cast spells, even though she's like the canon mage of the group. She would be the best caster, but just not really available to us in the speedrun in a useful way, so she only really gets to use spells in this chapter. So again, we have to finish this fight with 5 BB, or 4 or 5, ideally 5. And these enemies are also kind of dangerous. They do a lot of damage and they can stun like that. And the annoying thing about stun is that when you're stunned, you lose turns, and you also lose, of course, your Divine Song picks when you lose turns. So, okay, now I gotta figure out whether I want to do more spells or try to get BB. I think I'll do one more spell and then I'll try to farm the BB. But because the one guy is currently stunned, it's a little bit rough, although I can just cure him now. And I can use Burst Drive to get everyone else's turns to come up, so I think this is fine. I can just farm the BB. But I definitely don't want to get this bigger guy to live after I've broken it, because if it gets back up, it will heal and buff itself, and it will be really dangerous. Okay, this is ideal. We do get our 5 BB, and we win the fight. And Titania gets to level 4. That's also important, because if Titania doesn't get to level 4, we don't have the spells we need for the next battle. And the next battle is really the last dangerous fight in the run. After this battle, all the fights that are tricky just mostly lose time. But generally you cannot die. So we're gonna get a lot more powerful in chapter 3. Oh, I need to menu first. And Rin's back again. We're gonna have Alisa tank at the front, because she's the least useful character, right? Come on! Stop shooting the barrels and please just rest. Okay, so this fight has one move that can kill us, which is called Hellhounds. And he didn't use it at least yet. So I could use a safer strat, but it's really kind of slow, so I'm just gonna hope he doesn't use it now. Okay, he didn't use Hellhounds, he just did a normal attack, so that's fine. Now we just gotta break these guys. The guy in the cool jacket is kind of not from this world, which in Trail Stems means that he's gonna take more damage from spells of the higher elements. So these spells are basically divided into 7 elements. The normal 4 ones, which are fire, wind, earth and water. And then you have the higher elements, which are time, space and illusion, or mirage. So he's gonna break first, because he's weak to all of these mirage spells that we're using. And ideally, this guy doesn't get to do that, but he did. So we didn't get to break Campanella before he got to use Enhance, so this is gonna take a little bit longer. Just gonna re-up Fortuna. And then I'm gonna grab 1 BP between. And then I'm gonna re-up my Divine Song, even though ideally I would not end this fight with 0 BP, because building up BB for the next segment is a little bit annoying. I think I can grab a couple of BB here. But I don't want to be too greedy, because if I'm too greedy, I could die or lose a lot of time. This is probably fine. Yeah. Okay, 2 BB is kind of okay. There was a really choosy 3 BB bonus turn. Unfortunately, it was his, so I was unable to grab it. Okay, another fight that we have to lose. So we're just gonna try to lose as fast as we can. Which just means putting the game on auto. I swapped out Alisa because she had the least HP. And also because Machias has a lot of evasion, so we want him to die fast. And he's gonna always use that big craft at the beginning. So now we still have to kill off Alisa. And it will be faster because she was low HP when the fight started. Alright, so don't retry. So that was chapter 2 almost. We still have to do the mech fight, which is almost scripted. Oh, unless I almost mess up and don't change my partners. This is one of the fights where you have to be a little bit careful, so targeting in this game is kind of annoying. So, like, in most video games, when you rotate through targets, you would assume that if you have 3 possible targets, like you press twice, you have gone through all of the options. But not in this game, so sometimes when you press, like, switch targets twice, you actually get back to the first target instead of getting to the last target. And sometimes that can really throw you off. Because you can accidentally try to go fast and you trust the targeting, and then you end up hitting the wrong target at the wrong time and you lose a lot of time, or you even lose the fight. Also, this, for some reason, you cannot skip this dialogue, but yeah, we do have a talking cat who tells us that we have to shoot the mech down because it's trying to fly. Although I have 5 BB now, but I don't want to use Unite yet because my buff from Kurt has run out. And I want to use my buff, my Unite, now after I am buffed. And from now on we just break with Unite. And cast spells and do whatever we need to finish the fight. And the mech fight song is an absolute banger, by the way, so I'm happy we get to hear it quite a few times in the run, and the fights are long enough that we actually get to hear the song. These fights would be actually exactly the same in the normal any %, because S-crafts don't affect these in any way. Alright, that was chapter 2, which is roughly half point of the game. But generally speaking, this is where you have a sigh of relief, because all the difficult fights are basically gone. And what's remaining is just fights with a lot of smaller optimizations that you have to kind of just learn by experience. So from here on out, it's mostly about how I can manage my resources the best to spend the least amount of time in fights. Because we are basically, unless I mess something up, we shouldn't be in any risk of losing fights anymore. There's a few spots where we can lose quite a lot of time with bite RNG, but still quite minor compared to the chapter 1 boss and some of the chapter 2 fights. So we are back at school. Again, it's raining. And this is the only time when we don't actually have to visit the rector's office. On all other chapters we do have to visit the rector. So one thing that's changed is that now, from the start of this month, Ash and Muse have joined our class, so now we have 5 students. And Ash and Muse, because they haven't been used, because again, our students are really low level. Ash and Muse, because they joined just now, they are higher level, and basically they are gonna be more useful. So we're immediately gonna throw Kurt and Altina entirely out of the party. We're not gonna be seeing them again in the run. So basically, Ash is good because he has the easier out of bounds. And is just higher level, that's all he has going for him, really. And Muse is good because she's the best mage out of the students. And again, she's higher level, so she is better to use than any of the others. Alright, so school's done, we gotta then do the free day, which is just washing up and going to the dungeon. We gotta visit the hangar for an event, and then we're just gonna go straight up into the training dungeon again. So now we have Ash, so we are gonna be using Ash for most of the as the leader for most of the rest of the game, because he has easier time going through walls. Oops. What am I doing? Oh. So for Kurt and Altina, we're just gonna have them hold on to some quads that we want to level up. I actually removed their secondary quads because we don't want anything else to level up right now. And getting level ups on quads you don't need takes a few seconds when you get the level up screen, so better just to remove them entirely. Other than that, I basically gave my casting stuff to Muse, and I gave a lot of physical attack and speed for Reen. These will be important. And then we have some bunnies here that we have to clean up. Which Ash is really good at doing. Oh, that was a really fast fight. Normally one of the bunnies is not on Ash's AoE. So that was a really lucky placement, which I actually have never seen before. So now it's gonna see how much easier going out of bounds with Ash is. Because all we gotta just do is just go next to the wall and do the thing. So unlike Yuna and Reen, who have to kind of have an exactly precise measure from the wall, for Ash it's just you have to be as close to the wall as you can be. Which is of course way easier than trying to get a specific distance. Another one annoying thing here is that if you have the talking cat Celine is following us around, and if you have the talk dialogue pop up from her, you cannot do the attack. So you have to kind of you gotta get away from the cat before you can do the out of bounds. So this tutorial, oh nice, 3 free BB, that's so good. And we get another 3 just immediately after as well. Wow. So this fight we gotta clean up once again. So we use Yuna's order, which is called Sledgehammer, which gives 300% more break damage. So whenever we want to break something that's hard to break, we use that. And main thing we want from this fight is we want to recover some CP for Reen. And that's why basically everyone's linking with green, so he will get CP from doing the assist attacks. And then we really hope that Scorpio doesn't level up, which it did. So this is a Master Quartz level up that actually messes things up. Because, like I said earlier, the Master Quartz level up sets your CP, EP, HP to the levels they were at the beginning of the fight. And that fight we get... When the fight starts, we get free CP heal. But because we get the level up, we actually get reset to the number of CP we had before we got the free CP heal from the battle itself. So I'm gonna break a few of these boxes to get a little more CP. Which doesn't quite put me to 190, which I would need, but we'll manage somehow. Not trade. We're gonna buy lighters because the next two bosses are gonna use freeze. And if we get frozen, we really don't have any chance of winning. This fight is usually quite straightforward, except I'm short 3 CP. So it's not quite as straightforward. Normally we would just use Arcane Gale here to break the boss quite fast. But I cannot do that because I'm missing CP. But that counterattack helps a lot. So we're probably just okay. We can just break with Muse now. Just use Divine Song here. And start throwing shit at the boss. And basically we have Saintly Force on both Yuna and Ashe. So whoever comes up first can buff Muse. And we got free PB again. Marathon luck, I guess. So that was fast. So yeah, a lot of the upcoming run is gonna be about Muse casting spells, and Reed's gonna break the enemy, because when he uses Arcane Gale in the Spirit Unification form, it has a lot of break damage, and we're gonna also buff the break damage with a few other things. So he's gonna do the breaking, and then either Ashe or Yuna is gonna buff Muse. And then Muse is just gonna go ham with spells. Alright, here we have a mech fight that we want to lose, because it's faster to lose this fight. So we just charge until we lose. This is gonna take... This is a little bit of RNG, depending on whether she does a charge attack and what she's targeting. So because she charged there, we can actually suicide Yuna's mech with Ashe's Unbound Strength, or whatever, Unbound Rage. Which, by the way, in Japanese, I think it's called Acid Rage, which I guess the translators figure out that Acid Rage sounds a little bit too drug-related, so they choose it to Unbound Rage. Oh, that's unfortunate, living with like 1000 HP. Okay, that was decent. That was actually pretty good. She killed us mostly in the order that we got as little amount of turns as we could. And then we have the loose with the instructors as well. This is also RNG depending on whether she uses the charge attack and whether she gets unbalances. And whether she changes targets. So not right now I would want her to change targets, but she doesn't, so this is gonna be slow. She also didn't unbalance on the second attack. Okay, now she changes targets at least. But she might not unbalance, so this might be very slow. Okay, she did. Because her third attack when she unbalances is an AoE. That does a lot of damage. That's why we want her to change targets at some point, so she doesn't waste all of her damage on one target. Alright, so that's it. And now we are allowed to skip the battle. The first one, we just lose both of those fights. This might be a nice point to talk about AP just briefly. So AP is a progress system in the game that you get from winning those optional challenges, like those fights, and from answering some plot-related questions correctly, and also from doing side quests. And gathering some info. And we basically are getting exactly the right amount of AP that we need for one reward that we get in Chapter 4. So if I mess up any of the questions, for instance, by picking the wrong option, I do have to take back up AP. Alright, so now we are going to the third field replication, which is the region of Heores. This is like a nice beach region where it's a lot of nobles. And we're gonna start by doing some shopping here. So once again we're gonna upgrade Rin's weapon, because he's gonna be doing the breaking, which is dependent on his damage. And we're gonna buy some fishing gear. Because we are doing a JRPG, so of course we gotta fish. And fishing in this game actually is kind of strong. Although we're gonna fish up one fish quite shortly, but first we're gonna do something bad to the game. So we got our bikes, we got our people, and we're gonna be doing some shenanigans with the bikes. You could do this same shenanigans with horse, but there's no spot where it would be useful. So first we're gonna visit this fortress that might look familiar actually, because this is the fortress that we were in the first 2 minutes of the game. So basically it was a flash forward about this chapter. And we're not quite at that spot yet, but we're gonna be getting there. And you're gonna see that things are definitely gonna be exactly like they were in the prelude. For sure, nothing's gonna be different. So we pick up this dude from here, and then we're gonna go. So I'm gonna be doing a little bit of shenanigans when I get back to the next screen. So I'm just driving back first. We gotta drive this road back and forth quite a bit. Because for some reason the game doesn't give us a TP spot at the front of the gates. It only gives us one at this entrance here. So whenever we want to come here, we have to drive this bridge again. Alright, so I'm gonna go to the menu after the cutscene. Or I'm gonna swap back to the first screen first. Then I'm gonna go to the menu and change my party leader to Yuna. Get off my bike. Drive to the screen again. And then I'm gonna swap my party leader again. I'm gonna save the game. And I'm gonna load the game. And we're gonna be somewhere else. So we basically just teleported underneath the city that we were going to. Unfortunately, we do have to drive back a little bit because we want a chest from the road. But it still saves time to warp to the city. So that's basically the wrong warp of the game, which you can do whenever you have horses or bikes. You basically lose one person's coordinates, so the game doesn't know where they are. And then you save and load with the broken coordinates, and the game just kind of puts you in a default spot. It's like how wrong warps usually work in video games. So when the game doesn't know where you're supposed to be, it has some default spot for you, and you will be there. And it just happens that in this chapter, the default spot is right underneath the city that we were going to. But once again, because this game is made the way it is, we have to trigger all the events before we can actually do anything in the city. So we cannot skip that much with the wrong warp. And I had to drive back for the chest as well. But them's the brakes. It saves like maybe 20 seconds to do the wrong warp, so it's a cool tech, but it doesn't save a lot of time. And there's no really another spot where it would be useful. You can do it in all of the chapters, but it's just not useful, basically. So we're briefly mapping out Heores here, and then we're just gonna go clean up one wanted monster. That was one mandatory quest that we have to do. And for this boss, we're gonna use the... These are one spot of using the Master Quartz level up glitch intentionally. So what I did in the previous dungeon, I gave Altina a Master Quartz called Keeper, which is kind of useless. But we actually are gonna put it on Reen next. But first we're gonna go do fishing, because this is how you approach fish, by the way. You cause an explosion near the shore. Okay, so I'm gonna fish one fish here if I find the fishing spot. One nice thing about fishing in this game is that when you have a new fish in an area, the first fish you're gonna get is always the new fish. And we want this fish because if we get a big version of this fish, it's gonna speed up an action tree. So action tree is the highest tier of action quartz in the game. And it gives 16 speed. And as we've stated before, speed is the most important stat in the game because it allows you to take turns earlier and it allows you to take turns more often. So taking the fishing trip there is absolutely necessary for the 16 speed. And then I'm gonna do a little bit of quartz management, so I'm actually gonna put my new stuff on. I almost forgot to do one thing real quick. So I need to spread out, and then I need to... So I'm gonna give Reen the Keeper, because it's 90 XP from leveling up, so it's gonna level up in this fight. Which means that Reen's gonna get full CP at the end of this fight. Oh, I forgot to use a thing. Whoops. Well, it doesn't matter too much. Oh, actually, just use a bagel. Okay, so this fight is quite simple. Sometimes it's a little bit, needs a little bit of adjustment, especially if we are short on BP, but we've gotten so many free BPs that we're not really having any trouble with those. So we got this new spell called Cavalry Edge. This is the spell we're going to be using for most of the run, because basically it's a mid-tier time magic that has life drain. But the thing about the spell is that the life drain is a little bit bugged. So instead of the spell draining life from the damage it does, it actually does an extra hit. Just a sec. Oh yeah. So the Cavalry Edge, it does, like, normally it would do like 130% damage from your magic power. But because of the way the lifesteal is broken, it actually does one hit for 130% of your damage. And then it does a bonus hit of 100% that has the lifesteal. So instead of being like 130% damage spell, it's actually closer to 230%. It's not quite as much because defense is subtracted from both parts from like separately, but it's way stronger than any other spell basically. It does have quite a small AoE though, so in some fights we don't use it like this one. So this is another fight where we have to manage our BB. But once again, my BB is really good because I got the free bonus BBs earlier. And I can just basically clean up this fight because I am already at almost enough BB. I need 3 after this fight, which I will get because I will do my cleanup correctly. Okay. So this should be okay. So now I just grab a couple of BB while finishing these guys off. Although, is the last one a little bit too low? Let's see. He might die. I'm just gonna kill this one. Does this kill? It does not. Okay, good. So I got 3 BB, which is what I need for the next fight. So this section is particularly... like this section in particular needs a lot of attention to your BB. So you have to know how to get to the amount you need for the next fight without losing too much time. Especially we want to avoid having to take those farming fights because they take quite a long time. Also because I didn't get a Master Quartz level up at the end of the fight, I do have to take showers here. Because we do need full CP for Reen for the next fight as well. And the reason we need to do the Master Quartz shenanigans back there is that we are not actually allowed to go anywhere during that section, so we cannot go back to shower. And now we're gonna drive to another city. So we went to Heores previously, which was Muse's hometown, by the way. And we actually did visit Muse's adoptive parents. And now we're gonna go visit Rockwell, which is Ash's hometown. Ash doesn't really have parents to visit though, sad face. But we do visit his home anyway. And we're gonna learn some more information. So basically what we are now trying to figure out is that what are those mercenaries doing here? So there's more than one group of mercenaries currently active in this region. And we're trying to find out why. And basically to do that we're just gathering information and walking around and biking around. So this is Ash's hometown. This is kind of a red light district kind of place at night. But at daytime we can safely have our students wander around here. Oh, I forgot to visit one place, whoops. This is what you get from talking while running. This is like basically why I never get a good time in marathons as well. Because it really is easy to forget something during this run, while you're busy doing commentary at the same time. Oh, wrong way. So this is Ash's home, we just go there and clean up. Which we skipped, of course. And then we also learned some information about the mercenaries being at this place called Rock Patio. Which definitely sounds like an arena for rock concerts. Crap. I got debated by the dog. I thought the dog was gonna just run more forward, but it stopped. Stupid hyena. Anyway, we have smoke bombs now, so escaping battles is not a big deal, as long as we're not ambushed. So, we're gonna go to Rock Patio to meet more mercenaries, which is a harder fight. A harder version of the previous fight, basically. We're gonna give Reen a little bit more speed. This, Yeah, if you fail this one, you get into a fight with the enemy if you don't get it first try, so it's a little bit unfortunate. I used to have a really good setup for that, but I forgot how to do it. Anyway, we got past the wall there, and then just gotta trigger this event here and answer correctly. And then we're just gonna go down, because we cannot jump down normally. We have to use out of bounds. And there we go. This fight is trickier than the last one. Especially if they get to move before Reen. Because the starting position, they are all grouped up so that this will hit everyone. But if it doesn't hit everyone, then we are having a really bad time. Caliente. Because one of the Master Quads that Muse has is called Scorpio. And it's a Master Quad that gives her more damage when she's attacking broken enemies. So we lose a lot of damage if the enemies are not broken when we attack them with the spells. And this fight will take a really long time if that happens. Even now it's not ideal because I do have to clean this up because I don't have BB for another Divine Song. But it's quite fast now. Except this bastard gets to heal himself. So I have to do a little bit of... Wow, that's a nice miss. He's gonna heal himself more. Please! No! Stop. Okay, he's frozen now, so... Now you're not gonna do anything, pal. Okay, that took a little bit too much time. The problem with that fight was mostly that one of the enemies was not broken. With again Gale, that can sometimes happen. And so one of them recovered quite fast. So just didn't quite kill all of them when needed. Alright, so that was that. Now it's nighttime. Rin's gonna go visit Rockwell again with the adult woman of his life. So the people we are with at the moment is Rin's older classmate from the previous school and his teacher from the previous school. And so we're gonna go to the Red Light City again in the nighttime now with the adults. So we are allowed in the places where the kids cannot go. But of course, because we have new people, the game has to show off how they fight. Again, these are really simple fights. We just clean these up. But we are once again do have to manage our BB. And in this instance, we want to have 4 BB at the end of the second fight. Oh, he didn't die. Yeah. That was slow. I have 5 BB, so I should be fine for ending the next fight with Paul. So we're gonna drive the Rockwell again, but this time we're gonna actually take the other path. So there's 2 paths to Rockwell. The dirt path that we took earlier. And now we're gonna take the top path because this one has a chest that we want. And the game doesn't allow us to TP to Rockwell either, so... We're gonna do the good old bike turnaround. Then we're gonna really pass to some procs here. So these models are kind of big. And we're gonna be mean to them. We're gonna bully these frogs quite a bit. So Sarah has a move called Thunder Vortex, which is really nice. It groups the enemies together. But these guys are so big that they don't quite fit together, so they just start to kind of twitch. Oh, I should have used a Rush there, by the way. Oh well. I think it's too late to use a Rush now. If I use a Rush, I might not have enough PP, so I'm just gonna clean this fight up without using a Rush. But yeah, they're having a bit of a seizure there because they don't quite fit into the space they are trying to be in. Thunder Vortex is a really good ability, by the way. So back in the chapter 1 fight, we wanted the enemies to be together. And Laura does have a similar move that groups enemies together, but the move has a really big problem in that the move has to leave Laura at the center, and that means the enemies have to make space for her, so they don't actually get grouped up at all. Because they are kind of just around Laura, and she takes a lot of space, so the enemies are actually not grouped up. But Sarah's Thunder Vortex actually groups the enemies up really nicely, as you were able to see there. And this will be useful in a couple of upcoming fights. At least one. Yeah, I think one fight. But it's really useful there. And it's kind of useful, actually, yeah, it's gonna be useful to save a little bit of time in a few other fights as well. So here we are in Rackwell, we're basically checking out places that the students couldn't go to. And then we're gonna get one more party member, which I'm gonna change to our leader for 5 seconds for no reason. Besides, she's just the best girl. So she's gonna be the party leader for approximately 5 seconds. This is Claire. She's an officer at the Trained Military Police. And she's our friend from the first 2 games as well. And that ends our time with Claire. So we're gonna play this card game again. So basically we found this leader of a mercenary group here. And he decided that he's gonna give us information if we beat him in this card game. But we're just gonna forfeit, because now we're allowed to do that. We have to try again. But we can forfeit again, which we will of course do, because we are bad at the card game. And then the game's gonna be like, okay, you are way too bad at this card game, so you can just skip it. Then the students actually show up anyway, even though they were not supposed to be able to even get into the place. And they basically help us win the card game anyway. Kids these days, they're better at card games than these old adults of 20 years of age. And then Green has some interesting encounters at the train during the night with some women and his giant mech. And that's that. So that was day 1 of this field trip. Another thing about this field trip, this is actually 1 day longer than the other field trips. So instead of having the finale like we had last time after the first day, we actually have another day of just investigating around. And this time we're gonna be having a new mechanic called semi-required quests. So we are given 3 quests. And in order to progress the story, we have to complete 2 of those. And of course, we're gonna pick up the fastest ones. So the first one is really fast because it's only cutscenes and 3 dialogue boxes. Again, I have to take the correct choices to get AP. And now we're gonna come up to a section that if you are a completionist and you definitely don't want to sell stuff when you're playing a video game, you may want to close your eyes for a few seconds. Because we are gonna be cleaning up quite a bit of our inventory here. You can notice that some of the stuff I'm selling is worth like nothing, but it's just faster to sell everything instead of trying to find the ones that you are actually worth selling. Because the scrolling of this menu is really wonky. So I apologize for any nightmares you may get from this section. We absolutely do need to do this for money. So we leave 2 quartz, break 2 and a black bell. Then we buy a couple of blitz coats which gives speed. And then we buy an accessory that costs an arm and a leg. So like 70% of our money. Which gives 20 speed. And then we're gonna go visit the fishing spot again. It would be better to do the fishing on this day, but it just turns out that getting the action tree from the face is just better, even though you lose a little bit of time because you have to go here twice. But the consistency it gives for the fights on the first day is just way more valuable than the time you save by doing it on this day. So we're gonna pick up this optional quest for a very specific reason, because we do get really good rewards from that quest. We get a tier 2 bell. Now tier 2 bells are basically the same as tier 1 bells, which means they have the recovery time of the element or the spells of their element, and they also give you 30% more damage for spells of that element. And they stack with the tier 1 bells. However, they are even stronger because of a bug. So they are supposed to be the same as the tier 1 bells and give you reduction for their own element, but they actually give you reduction for all elements, and they stack. Alright, so we equip Muse with the new tier 2 bell and a black bell and a lot of speed. So basically because of although the bell we got is an ocean bell which is for water magic, it, as I explained, it works for time spells as well. So now we are actually dividing the recovery by 4 instead of 2. And then we're gonna go do our other mandatory quest, which is a fight quest. And in this quest we cannot use Reen, so we just have to clean it with the students. And basically Muse is gonna do all the work while the others just watch. So Divine Song, then she's just gonna buff herself this time. We're actually using another buff, I'll explain it later. So okay, basically so we now have 2 delay between our spells, which is quite strong. Oh, Kurt's trying to suicide with a miss. So another thing that we are using here is another bug, basically. So the reason the game is running English text, well, besides, you know, English being generally easy to understand at this side of the world, is that on English text, the Master Quads that have a second ability that gives you a start of the battle buff are broken. So there's a bug in the translation code for some reason that makes the buffs like normally Titania's second ability would give you a spell defense and offense buff at the beginning of the battle. And the tier of the buff goes up as the game progresses or when it gets levels up. So what Titania is supposed to do is supposed to give you a level 1 buff when the battle starts for 4 turns. But instead, in the English version of the game, what it actually does is that it gives you a buff that doesn't do anything, but it lasts 9 turns. And because of the way buffs stack, when you cast another buff on top of the like useless 9-turn buff, you actually get the real buff for 9 turns. So that's another really weird bug in the game, but it's kind of useful. I'm not actually sure if it, because if you play with Japanese text, then you get the real buff at the beginning of the battle. And I am not entirely sure which would actually be faster. It's gonna be, either way, it's really close. Oh, that was the wrong answer. I gotta take backup AP in Chapter 4, because I took the wrong answer there by accident. Again, because I was explaining things. Happens a lot. So yeah, I think those are the bugs that we are using. I think those are the last bugs, basically. Alright, so now we are in Briannia Island. So what we learned is that our friend Milliam, who we saw in Chapter 1, came here doing some scouting of her own, and then she's not come back. So we just figured out that she went here, and now it's gonna explore the island trying to find her. And our tour guide is Ash, so I hope you like the color blue, because we're gonna be seeing a lot of blue, if we can. Hello? Can you do the thing? Apparently not. Wow! This is, okay. I've never had that much trouble there. Okay. So basically we're just cutting short a little bit, trying to activate TP spots for later as well. And we can trigger this cutscene from the sky, so we don't actually have to get back into bounds. So we're gonna pick up the second to last important Master Quartz of the run. This is probably one of the most important. Scald is the most important. And this is Taros, which gives you more physical damage, but it increases your recovery. But that's not usually a problem, because we only do really one attack with Green anyway. So getting more punch to that one attack is just gonna be good. And so, just because I said Scald is probably the most important one, Scald is a Master Quartz that gives you more break damage the more HP you have left. So, when you're using Scald, you want to be full HP. That's one of the reasons why we were healing in some battles as well, and doing formations where Reen doesn't get hit, so he will get more break damage from Scald. Scorpio I mentioned briefly. Scorpio does more damage to broken enemies. And Titania has a EP drain. So when you use magic to do damage, you actually restore EP. And it gets broken enough that at some point you will do more damage. You will do enough damage that you will actually recover all of the EP you used to cast the spell. So EP is kind of a lie at some point of the run as well, if we use Titania, but that's not gonna be forever. Here we have to visit these altars, which we can conveniently activate from out of bounds. And then something will happen, we're gonna find out what. But first we're gonna activate all of them. So Reen somehow lost all of his EP and CP. He got a little case of a suck in a cutscene. Play the game to find out more. Okay, why is this hard again? That used to be hard, then I found a really good path to do it easily, and now I seem to have lost the path again. In a lot of cases, getting back into bounds is actually more tricky than getting out of bounds, because you cannot see the wall you're trying to go through, and you cannot kind of use the geometry of the wall to know where to do the trick. Alright, so up here is the last altar. We also picked up something called the Epoch Bell, and we got a Storm Bell from finishing one of the other quests. So we now have 3 tier 2 bells. And we also have 1 black bell. So we basically now have a total of 4 bells for time magic. Oh, I need to do some stuff first. Just a moment. Oh no, that was not what I was supposed to do. Oh no, I gotta do it again. Okay, you're gonna have... The island is a lot less confusing if you can go through walls, though. Alright, so basically what happened is this weird temple appeared here. And now we're gonna go there. Hopefully Millium's there. So we now have a lot of bells on Muse. And we have a lot of speed on Reen. And the next fight we're gonna need both of those, because the next fight has a lot of fast enemies, who you may have seen some of them in the previous fights. So first of all, we want Reen to go first, which he does because he's so fast. And he's gonna break them. Then we're gonna just skip Ash's turn, we're gonna Divine Song, and we're gonna buff Muse with Yuna, and then we're gonna cast Cal Edge with... Why do I have 1 delay? I should be having 0 delay. That's concerning. Oh well. Okay, I have something wrong with the setup, because I should have 0 delay here instead of 1, but I think it's still gonna be fine. Just gonna need to cast like 1 more spell. Yeah, something's... Oh, I put the wrong quotes on her again. Okay, yeah. I gave her the Scorpio, but I replaced the wrong quotes with it. That's the reason. Luckily, we only lose time, so we don't really lose much. Then this fight is another one that we have to just press her to the red line. And then the fight's gonna be over. If you crit in the beginning of this fight, you can actually lose, because you do too much damage, and she's gonna enhance, and then she just kills you. So that's like one fight that you can lose to RNG, just because if you crit, you don't get a second turn. So we found Millium, and we're gonna just enjoy Summer Festival now, here, briefly. So we're gonna do one more optional quest, which is helping out a couple of kids. Not here, here. So we're gonna help these kids. They're basically broken a pendant. So the boy broke this girl's pendant, and we're just gonna fix it for him. This gives us 1 item that we need for the last chapter. and it gives us a little bit of money and AP. And then, you remember how we sold like literally all of our stuff? Well, we're gonna put all of that money into good use here. We're gonna buy food with exactly all of it. So the food I bought there is really good. It restores 50 CP. Because CP recovery again is hard to come by. And that's the end of that day. So we're gonna show it twice again because we are really dirty. And then we're gonna go outside, do one event, and then we're gonna be on the finale day of this chapter. So we kind of found out what the mercenaries were after. So there's basically these like railway cannons that are being constructed in this area. And the mercenaries are kind of trying to steal them for varying factions. Like they are basically, there's two different factions that have both hired mercenaries, and they try to grab the railway cannons for themselves. And we found out where the cannons are, so we're gonna be heading there. And at the same time, so this time we're actually not telling the students to go home. We tell them to go to the Juno Fortress because something might be going up there as well. Alright, so that menu, we basically move all of our Gasta gear to Heures, who is once again one of Reen's old friends. So he's gonna be the caster in this segment because Muse is not here. And we also, well, that's basically most of what we did. We gave Sarah a bunch of speed because we want her to do the suction move, so we can group some enemies together here as well. But beyond that, there's not much. So this is actually one of the fights where it's useful. So if Sarah goes before Heures, we can group the enemies up, and it will make them die a little bit faster. Because now we can use Cavalry Edge instead of Galleon Fort, which would have more AoE, but less damage. So these die in like 2 spells instead of 4. So we have like a series of these fights now. So we fight mercenaries and some cats. And once again, this is a segment where we have to manage our BB and also Reen's CP. So we basically want Reen to start every fight with 200 CP. And this is where it comes handy that we get the Master Quartz level ups. So whenever we don't get a level up, we have to use 4 foods to restore his CP. And we can get up to 2 of the level ups in this segment. But if both of those Master Quartz level up at the same fight, then we only get 1 and we have to use 4 extra foods. Which is not ideal because the foods are kinda tight. And also, you just need to spend time to actually use the foods. So it takes a few seconds to use 4 foods. So we didn't get a Master Quartz level up here for Reen, so we do have to feed him. So he's gonna eat 4 hot pots right on the spot. Actually only 3 because we had enough CP. So he doesn't need to get to 200, actually it's 190. And that was enough for that. Actually, I want Sarah to go before Reen in this fight. Because I want this guy to be dragged closer to the others. Because if he's left out of the AoE of Gale, Argent Gale, Oh, well, one of the guys still doesn't fit the AoE, so whatever. I actually think I did it wrong. I should have... What I should have done is actually pull the guys to the... from the right to the left instead. I think that was the correct play. So I have to lose a little bit of time here because one of those enemies is not broken. But I did get a free BB turn, so I have full BB even after casting Divine Song. So that is nice. I don't need to worry about my BB. Alright, so as you can see, we do a lot less damage when the enemies are not broken. Because Scorpio gives like 140% extra damage when they are. Yeah, we got Scald and Taurus both leveling up in this fight, so we basically means we have to use 4 extra foods in this section. Ideally they would level up in different fights, but because the EXP in these games vary, sometimes it just happens that they end up leveling up in the same fight instead. Which is not ideal, but it just happens. I'm gonna Divine Song already here on Sarah's turn because she's gonna use Thunder Vortex and get more BB. And you cannot gain BB if you're already at 5. So again, Heures is gonna clean these guys up. And then we're gonna have to eat food with Green again because we don't have any more MQ level ups stored up. Which means I actually have to be a little bit careful about my food. It can run out. We also need to feed Sarah once here. So she will have enough CP for the remaining fights. So this is another fight where I want Sarah to kind of go before Reen, but that's a little bit unideal because one of those enemies is gonna get to move. But I think I'm still gonna get all of the mercenaries in this AoE. No, yes, barely. Usually the auto-targeting does give you as many enemies as it can, but not always. So sometimes you just wanna check manually and make sure that it didn't to steal one from you. So in that case, I got all of them when I did the targeting myself. But most of the time you can just trust the auto-targeting, but just like with all targeting things in this game, never confirm before you confirm with your eyes, because targeting in this game can really throw you off. Like, just don't trust the cursor ever. If you think you're gonna be getting to a certain person by pressing a certain direction, it's 90% of the time you probably are right. But sometimes it just goes to somewhere entirely different place and you don't want that to happen. Do I have anything else? No, I have to eat this food. Alright, so this is the last fight of this section. Here we can break before Sarah because they are already grouped up in a way that we get all of the humans in the AoE. And then we just group them up a little bit for easier cleanup. Ideally I also get 1 BB from here. But it's not, well, 2 is actually enough, so I don't need to get any more. Although having more means I can skip farming BB later, but I have no real reason to try to farm here, because there is ways to farm in the next place anyway. As long as I exit this fight with 2, I am fine. Alright, so that was the fights. And now we're basically... So we reached the cannons, but then like a giant mech appears out of nowhere, grabs the cannons and teleports away. And now we basically get close to the part of the beginning of the run, where we had the short segment about this fortress. And you're gonna see that things are gonna go exactly the way they did. So we have to form 2 parties here. So this is a kind of a typical 2-party dungeon where you have to use 2 different parties to press switches and trigger events. And we're gonna be doing that for the start a little bit. So we gotta press switches with both parties. Luckily we have so Heures is the other character who has an easy out of bounds. He says, after failing the easy out of bounds more times during the run than the new hard one. So we actually have both parties with a leader that can go through walls quite easily. And we do have to press the first switches by the right parties. But then it's gonna get a little bit more interesting from then on. Of course, we are kind of taking shortcuts here anyway, outside of the walls. And just casually picking up stuff that we would need to crawl through ducts for. There's actually a line of dialogue here that kind of proves that we are right when we are going through walls, like we are smart. I'm just gonna... It loses a few seconds to listen to the line, but I'm gonna do it, so you can all enjoy our rector telling us that we are doing a good job. There's a little bit manga-ass. Oh, I got into a fight. Luckily, Rain is really fast. So I'm gonna wait before pressing the switch so you get to listen to the dialogue. She's right. Breaking walls is way faster than crawling through ducts. The line is actually even more fitting in Japanese. Because the first line says yes, in English is like something about the ducts, but in Japanese it just says like, oh, this kind of a shortcut exists as well. And yeah, oh, by the way, we are now at the scene of the beginning of the run. You can see that I'm definitely controlling the new class and not the old class. I have to do this interesting leader party swap there, and then I'm gonna feed Green. Not use this Green. So now the game's not gonna be feeling too well. You won't see it because my OBS is only capturing the window, but I got a bunch of pop-ups about things not being alright with the game. So what is happening is that we're supposed to do this fight with the new class 7, the students, but we did a little bit of trickery with the out of bounds and we swapped routes with the other team. The main reason we're doing this is that this team has all the gear, so we don't. If we do it with this team, we don't have to actually swap the gear. And we also actually don't need the other party for anything anymore. Because, again, due to weird programming, we actually can do the rest of the dungeon with one party. This fight is once again same as it was in the prelude, so we have to just hit them enough to basically get one of them below the red line. And also we have to have 5 BB, which we basically already have. So I just do damage as fast as I can to get past the red line. But if we had if we needed BB, we could stall in this fight by doing weaker attacks and farm the BB we need. Okay, Scald got a level up here, which means at least we do get to spare food for this segment. So basically we were supposed to do that fight with the other party. And now we just gotta kind of have to go to the place where this party is actually supposed to be in. Because otherwise, once again, the game doesn't allow you to skip triggers, so we have to do the triggers even though we already did the fight actually. So that was a little bit of a sequence break, but it's allowed because the parties are separate. And we're gonna go back inside. This is basically the second part of the run, or fortress. We're gonna take a short trip outside the walls to grab one item from a duct. Right here. Oh, by the way, the rationale for why users can go through walls is obviously because he's a noble. And walls are just like beneath him. While Ash, he's a rebel, so he doesn't care about walls. And as we talked about earlier, Yuna just learned how to get over the barrier from his friends at Crossbow. I don't know how Reen gets through walls. He's just probably too freaking, what's the English word? God, I forgot a word. Well, I have to do a menu. Maybe I'll remember it afterwards. So he's just too obstinate to notice the wall, probably. Because he has a really hard time noticing any of the girls' clues. So I imagine he will just as easily not notice a wall, and he will just go through the wall. So here we are actually supposed to press this switch with the other group, but the game gets really confused somehow. And when we press the group with the button with the wrong group, it actually warps us to the right place for the party. So it just immediately warps us back to the right button. So we just press two buttons in sequence because the game is confused. This is the hardest fight in the run, in the game, casually, probably. It has really good music, and we're just gonna destroy it here. So we break them and we group them up. And then we break the leader. Oh, we get free BB as well. I am so lucky this run. Too bad I messed up with the quartz earlier, so I definitely don't... I'm not gonna PB with this run. So we want 2 more BB from this fight, so I'm just gonna use crafts to finish this fight. Because once again we wanna end with 5. Our school rector gets to attack once. And there's the legendary Immortal Warrior. Alright, so that was the boss fight of the chapter. As you saw, it was quite a bit easier than the boss fights of the previous chapters. And then we got a short 3-phase mech fight. But luckily we do get full heals between the phases, so this is actually not that big of a deal. We do have to watch our HP a little bit, because we used to do this fight with an HP 2 orb, which gives us like 10k HP more, or something. But I recently routed out, so we have a little less HP here. So this is a little bit more dangerous, but if we just pay attention to our HP, it should be fine. Unfortunately, legs are the only place we can target in this form, and they only have 3 stars, so this fight is RNG a little bit when we have to target the legs. I'm just actually gonna heal. Oh, it doesn't help. Whatever. So we wanna break with use Unite with Ash again, because he has the buffs. Although he doesn't have the buffs anymore, because I was stupid. Anyway, we just have to hit the red line here. So yeah, this is basically the same fight 3 times. And we just have to push the HP further and further down. Nice thing about second phase is that it always starts in this stance where you can get unbalances from the torso. Yeah, we're gonna have a dance party here while we're just slowly doing this fight. Again, it gets this, but we have to use a Bravestone here anyway. So we use a Bravestone to get the 5 BB a little bit fast, and then we hope we get the unbalance on the legs. And then we just unite for damage. And then use whatever we have to push the remaining of the HP bar. Alright, last phase, it's basically the same as the second phase, so it's not gonna be a lot of different stuff happening here. Just gonna attack the torso. Okay, I don't even need to use a Bravestone here, actually. Saving the Bravestone doesn't really help anymore in the run. Although if we do get one particular unlucky RNG, then we might need an extra Bravestone, so if we save one here, we don't need to buy a backup later. But saving the Bravestone is just mostly saving the animation and doing a little bit more damage. And now we just clean up. And ideally we finish with a spell, which we do. Which once again saves a few seconds because we don't get the normal finish her prompt that we would get from an attack. And that's chapter 3. So we have one more chapter left, plus the finale. So that was, I think, that's my favorite chapter, I think both casually and in speedrun. And chapter 4 is probably my least favorite in both casually and speedrun. But like, chapter 3 is, I think, one of the best chapters in across like all RPGs I've played. It's really good. And it's a really fun speedrun too, because even though we are not in danger of dying, you do have to pay attention to all the battles to get out all the time saves that you have on the table. Because you have to pay attention to your BB and all the other things that happen with the bonus turns and all of that stuff. So we got a really free chapter 3 there because we got so many bonus turns with BB. But normally you have to do a little bit more adjustments to make sure you have the BB at the end of each fight. We actually have one Brave Seed that we can use. So Brave Seed is an item that gives you just use the item and you get 2 BB, which you could use in that chapter if you need it. But I didn't need it, so I can actually just skip picking up one later, which saves me a whole like 5 seconds maybe. So now we are on the last chapter. This is the last school moment. There's like exams coming up and we are helping our students study. So we gotta help 3 groups of students to progress the story. And I also am gonna help another group of students that are not my group because I missed one prompt. So I get the AP this way. So if you miss some of the dialogue choices that you were supposed to get correct, you can help some other students here to get AP. And that's it. We help 3 groups of students study, talk to the director, and then we head back to our own office, and that's the end of the day. Then we have to actually take the exam. The options are always the same, so it's 3, 1, 4 and 3, 2, 1. Oh, we are. I warped farther away from the door because I forgot I am already in floor 3. So I spent time to lose even more time. Alright, so this is the last section we are gonna be in this city or town. We're gonna do one more optional quest here. So we buy a deck of cards from the curiosity store. And then the student here is actually looking for those cards. And he's gonna pay us like 100,000 mira for the cards. Which you should probably decline if we are like actually being a good teacher. But we are more interested in going fast, so we're gonna take the money. So now we're gonna do a dungeon without Reen. But we do have Tita from Trails in the Sky with her giant mech. Also, one of my favorite details about the speedrun in that particular segment is that when you use the auto-equip to put quads on, the option that gives the bells to Muse is called balanced, because that's super balanced. Here we go a little bit under the floor. I'm gonna precast Divine Song here, because if I get a BB from using this, I will actually get the BB. The enemy got a spell off, which is annoying, but I got a BB. So it checks out. So Muse is back. She's gonna clean this fight up. And if you didn't guess, this is another segment where I have to be managing my BB. And I need to have ideally 3 BB at the end of the boss fight of this dungeon, which is the next fight already. So this dungeon would actually be really complicated. There's a lot of like switch puzzles. You have the raise and lower platforms, but luckily we have Ash, who is just way too much of a rebel. He knows how to think outside the box, so we don't have to do any of the puzzles, luckily. He is also Jesus, he can just walk on air and water. We got a Firebell, which is the tier 2 Firebell. And then we are actually already heading to the boss. This time we don't even need to do a menu, so we just go straight to the boss. And the boss gets a turn, that's rude. Oh, I should have tried to get a BB with some of those. Well, whatever. 2 is enough. It just means I have to do the next fight a little bit slower to regain my BB. Muse just here being the magical girl that breaks time. Casting spells with no delay. The whole world's powerless before a magical girl being encouraged by her favorite teacher. Okay, So here we have the next fight again. In this fight, basically, Laura is fighting her dad, who is also her teacher. And we also, for some reason, get the... Oh, I forgot to take the stuff off of Muse. That would have been a little bit manga-esque. So this is basically two of the strongest sword fighters in the entire Empire. We're just gonna break them and teach them that magic is the way to go these days. Update your strats, old man, people. So, I basically did a trick called hard casting. So normally when you cast, we usually cast spells with Divine Song to remove the casting time. But for buffs, they actually have quite a short casting time, and their recovery time is most of the total delay. So sometimes I use... sometimes when I need BB, I will, instead of using Divine Song, I will cast the buff without the Divine Song, so my caster will get delayed a little bit. And that way the other members get time to actually grab the BB from the broken enemies. And that's what I did there. So I got some BB, I got just enough time to grab one BB before Sarah's next turn. And then I was able to use Divine Song again. This fight is a little bit tricky. You have to watch your HP a little bit. But we're just gonna spam Brave Stones here to get to 5 BB fast. There is some RNG because this enemy has a stance where it only has a 3-star hit location. So we don't always get guaranteed unbalances, but we get good RNG here. It's in the normal stance where the right arm or left arm is 4 stars. So we do get these guaranteed unbalances. Oh, nice. Then we use a finisher here. And then one attack from Kurt should break the enemy. Okay, so we are now basically... We have one now. So we're just gonna bring our BB back to 5 with 2 attacks and a Brave Stone. And then we're just gonna finish the fight with a Unite attack. And as you can see, there's a red line there. So the fight's not quite over. We have to do the second phase with Reen alone. And this fight actually used to be a little bit of RNG before the latest routing. Now it's basically scripted as long as you don't get one specific turn where the enemy can have a 3-star hit location instead of 4. Then it's a little bit RNG whether you get that unbalance or not. Also, ironically enough, we are actually less likely to die in this fight now, even though we are now doing this fight with less HP. Because a little bit of more, like we have a little bit more attack, because we don't have the HP, we just have the more attack quads instead. Or not quads, orbs. So that just turns out that it's just enough extra damage to remove the RNG that used to be in this fight. So there used to be a range where sometimes the break didn't happen on the turn you wanted it to, and you needed one extra attack for the break. And then the fight went all kinds of off the rails. But now it's basically scripted. Yeah, sometimes it dies on that attack, and sometimes you have to do one more. But that's just RNG. but there's no like difference in... You cannot die. So that fight is now scripted, which is really nice. Because I used to actually sometimes lose good runs to dying to that fight. Because if you get bad RNG and you don't get the break in time, then you have to adapt and you may end up having to heal or do some other slow shenanigans. Including using the backup Bravestone that I was talking about earlier. So we're in the train again. This is the last time. Just gotta talk to the people. Go through the events. And then we're gonna be at the last field location we're gonna have in this game. And we're gonna show it twice. One more time. For old time's sake. We could eat food, which would be a little bit maybe faster. But because I didn't get the Master Quartz level ups ideally in Chapter 3, I'd rather save for foods by showering. Also, we are like right next to the shower, so it doesn't even take that long. Okay, so now we are at the Imperial Capital. And there's like a big summer party going on here. And we are basically part of the security of that summer party now. So that's what this chapter is about. Just buying some stuff that we're gonna be fusing later in the other stuff. Where's there? Then we're gonna buy. Then we're gonna open the last slot for Muse. So she gets all her slots. And we're gonna buy Pandora, which is the last really strong Master Quartz that we're gonna be using. So Pandora is basically a Master Quartz that has the first ability of the Master Quartz is that it gives you more damage for your spells, but they cost more. However, we are doing so much damage that it doesn't really matter. So we just take the extra damage and basically don't lose anything. Also, if you pair Pandora up with Titania, you will actually just have infinite EP anyway, because you do so much damage with the spells that you get all of it back. So the downside of Pandora doesn't even matter with Titania. But we're not gonna be doing that for most of the run, because we get even more damage with Scorpio and Pandora. And we don't have trouble with EP because we just cast one spell and everything dies. So we got our orders. We basically have to patrol these different districts in the city, which will take a little bit of time. Oh, we don't want to buy 5 of those. And here we're gonna go visit an exchange shop one more time. Here we're basically gonna combine the Pro Web accessories that we've been using in the more powerful ones. Not this menu, this menu. And we're gonna make one more black belt. You're not gonna get very much spoiled by this run because we're gonna be skipping all the cutscenes. And I don't really touch the overall bigger plot of the series much when it's gonna... Like, you will be spoiled a little bit. Of course, you will see what enemies we fight. But otherwise, this is safe. So you will have information but no context. So this training hall is basically the one that Kurt's family is having in the capital. So we visit there. And then we visit the last district we do on this part of the day, which is the Cathedral District, where we just visit the cathedral. And we also visit this school where Reen's sister is studying. So this is a girls' school where Rin's sister is going to. And then we basically have to do this wanted monster quest that was mandatory. So we're gonna put all the new probe stuff that we got on people. And then we're gonna put Pandora and Scorpio on Muse. And she's gonna be wrecking stuff. Ah, that's enough bells. We also gave Yuna, so we actually bought Yuna a weapon, and we gave her we gave her the Master Quartz that give a lot of damage. Because she needs to do exactly one attack for a lot of damage, so we meet the damage range in the next fight. So she gets like one last hurrah after being benched for the entire chapter. Well, she wasn't benched exactly on chapter 3. She did get to play a buff bot. Oh, nice BB. So Yuna is gonna do one Brave Smash here for 10,000 damage. And that's her biggest contribution for the rest of the run. We want to end this fight with 5 BB ideally, but once again we are in a segment where managing the BB is kind of fluctuating, so if I don't get enough on this fight, I can just kind of do some adjustments to gain the BB on the next fights instead. So I just have to have a certain amount of BB at the end of all of these fights. And I need to have 2 BB at the start of each fight as well, so I can cast Divine Song. Rin is actually hitting so hard at the moment with all the gear he has that we don't need any orders to break the enemies anymore. So we only need really BB for Divine Song for most of the rest of the run. So we get back to the city and we have new assignments. And then we're gonna go once again, throw all of our hard-earned money to buy some more food. And then we have more events to go through. This is why I don't like this chapter. There's a lot of events that you have to go through. It's a lot of running around in the city. As you can see from the TP menu, I have a lot of spots I can visit. And I have to visit most of them at least twice during this chapter. Some even more. So here we have to wait a little bit of time, so we're just gonna Rin's gonna show off his prediction ability by betting on horses. And we of course get it right, because we are the main character after all. So basically something's happening in the sewers underneath the city. And one of the sewer entrances is at this racetrack. And we're just gonna go there, investigate what the hell is going on. Because once again, who would be better to do that than a bunch of kids who started military school like 4 months ago? In all fairness, none of the characters are actually like total newbies when it comes to fighting. All of them did have some experience before coming to the school. So it's not like they're just trained for 4 months. But it's not that far either. So, but yeah, here we go again. Ash is our tour guide. He's gonna show us all the cool places. I mean, it's way better if you have to go to the sewers. it's way better to walk outside the sewers, right? So you don't get dirty. There was a chest there that we could have picked up if we needed the Brave Seed, but I didn't need to use one in Chapter 3. So I don't actually need to pick that one up now. Here is a segment where we actually used to need to press some switches. Because although we could previously go through walls with Ash, we needed to come to this same place later without anyone who could go through walls. And if we didn't press the switches here, we would soft lock. But because of the new out of bounds tech, we actually don't need to press the switches anymore. Because Reen can also go through walls. And you've seen this movie a few times. I'm just gonna grab a little bit of PP, because I have the timing to do it. And then Muse is gonna wreck this thing. So you can see the damage numbers are really piling up with Pandora Scorpio and all of the other stuff we have. And then we're actually gonna go a little bit back. We need to grab one chest. One of the last chests we're grabbing. Where is it? Oh, here. So this one has the Astral Bell, which is the tier 2 Mirage Bell. And we need to feed our teacher as well. And then we are gonna encounter some spies or agent or whatever. Basically intelligence soldiers from another country. These are the elites. And we're just gonna show them how things are done these days. So basically Muse deletes all of them with one spell here. And then we are gonna have to chase them a little bit. So this is one of the most interesting chase scenes I've seen in any video game. We're gonna come up to it shortly. We just have to follow them first a little bit. We find this secret passage here. And then we're just gonna run after them a little bit. So here we are gonna... So now we're gonna start the chase here, soon. Which is... It's something. Alright, so we have a chase with these guys. Let's catch them. There. Alright. We got them. We got them. We got them. We got them. Catch them. Catch them. Oh, we're just running past them. Alright. That's fine. I guess we're just gonna show them how fast we are and they will just give up. Yeah. So, for whatever reason, they decided that turning around is not a good idea when we run past them. Alright. This grave has definitely nothing to do about anything at all. And then it's evening. Which, by the way, evening for these guys means like 6 PM. Just in case you haven't been paying attention. So now Reen's gonna meet all of his old school friends. And they're gonna decide how to deal with all the bad stuff that's been going on in the Empire. And from as far as I can understand, their plan is basically to just go ahead with really hard determination without any actual plan. That's just how it sounds to me, at least. Alright, we got our 150 AP. We got 151 because I missed one trigger and I had to get back up, but... That gives us the Revolution Quartz, which is a quartz that will give you like a random amount of extra damage. So it will give you a random amount of extra damage if you are lower level than the enemy. So now's the real like running around part of the chapter where we have to visit these city segments. We're once again investigating stuff. And there's a lot of this. Well, I complain about this section a lot, but it's like 2 minutes. It just feels longer. We also have to do once again we have like 3 quests and we have to do 2 of those. The first one's this one we're gonna do at the Reen's sister school. There's been some cases of harassment towards the students from various males in the city, and we're just gonna deal with those guys a little bit. And that's a fast quest because once again it's only dialogue boxes and nothing else. It also gives us a bell. Then that one exclamation mark there is like the biggest debate, because normally when you clear an event, it clears the check mark from the menu. But that one actually remains there. Because I think there's like another, it's supposed to be like for another event that we cannot do yet. Another weird thing about that particular place is that before all the, like for all the other screens, when you TP out of them, you actually have the cursor be on the spot where you were. But when you warp out of the racetrack, it actually for some reason places the fast travel cursor on the top of the list for some reason. Now we're at the Imperial Villa, so once again we're just here to gather information. And this is like one of the screens that don't have a cutscene when you enter them, which is like probably 3 of them in the entire game. And now we've done all the information gathering for now, and now we're just gonna do the other side quest that we have to do. So basically we are tracking some packages that were delivered wrong by the same delivery company that we helped at the beginning of the game, of course. They are real professionals. And we managed to track the package down. So we tracked the packages down and we completed the quest. And now we're gonna go eat lunch. So just eat lunch here. And then we get this prompt to advance the story. And now stuff's going down. So there is something really weird going on with the intelligence soldiers that we were fighting. Like, they've been acting really weird in the sewers. I don't know what they're doing in the sewers. I really don't want to know. But we gotta figure out anyway. So we're gonna coming up on... Oh, that wasn't... no! I don't want to talk to you. I forgot there was no cutscene to skip there. Yeah, this is the best dungeon in the run, in a way. It has the most interesting amount of... the most stack. And it also has the longest menu before we enter the dungeon, so first we have to fight one more group of the intelligent soldiers from Colwood. And then after that we're gonna do a long menu. Once again, I'm just grabbing BB while I can. And then Muse is gonna delete these guys. Alright, so I'm gonna do the menu now. I won't be talking during the menu because if I make mistakes, we're gonna be in big trouble. And it's quite a long menu. Right. Ah. Ah. Alright, so that was the menu. We set up 3 parties. Because although we can do the dungeon with 1 party due to shenanigans, we have to actually fight the boss with all 3 parties. Which also means we actually cannot just use Divine Song for all of the phases, because we only have Rin in one of them. So we set up different stuff for the different phases that we're going to be seeing. So because the fight is going up quite fast, I'm going to just explain briefly what I do. So for the first phase, we're going to have Fee use evasion counters. Because the Master Quartz called Sirius has an absolutely bonkers buff to damage when you do counterattacks. And we also have Rage, which gives you 3 criticals whenever you counterattack. So we just basically make Fee like an evasion machine, and she will just use counterattacks to kill the boss, first phase. Then for the second phase, we're gonna use Chronoburst, which is a completely balanced spell that gives you 2 free turns after the current one. So you get 2 turns when you cast a spell. We use it actually just to remove the casting delay from Cavalry Edge, so we get to cast 1 spell with each Chronoburst. And then we just use an order to reduce the casting cost of the spell. So here is a cleanup fight which we wanna end with 4 BB. And actually, because I have so many BP here, I'm just gonna use a spell here because we do get BB at the beginning of the next battle as well. So we grab the 2 BB at the next fight instead. Because I had so many, I didn't want to spend time farming there. So we are actually currently not on our... Actually not sure if we're on our own route. But we're basically gonna go to another party's exit. So we're Team C. And we're gonna go to another team's exit. Which makes the game really confused. So basically... You normally cannot swap to a party that's already completed the dungeon. However, because we technically didn't complete the dungeon with the party that, or we didn't complete the route of the party that completed the dungeon, we can swap to the party that already exited the other side, and that way we can actually just make the game think we cleared all of the dungeon. Okay, so I'm gonna save here just in case I didn't do all of the things correctly. But we're gonna see the counterattack strat in action, then we're gonna see the Chrono Burst, and then the last phase is just gonna be the same stuff that it's been before. Once I have 4 BB here, I actually am gonna break the link. Because I don't need more BB, and the assist attacks take time, so I'm just gonna break the link. And Gaius is just here to buff P, so she can wreck the dragon faster. And the students are here just to die. We basically just moved them out of the way, so that they don't do counters in case they get attacked instead of when the dragon does the AoEs. And that's the first phase. For this phase we also gave Muse the Aegis quads. So even if the boss gets to act, Muse cannot get hit. And then we can use Chrono Burst with Art Celebration to get double turns. And we can just cast Cavalry Edge with Elliot that way. And 4 casts of this should be enough. So basically we are using Chrono Burst to eliminate the casting time here, because we get 2 consecutive turns. Wow, you didn't die to 4. That's rare. Well, we just cast 1 more. I could have probably just used any craft there, but let's not take any risk. And here we're gonna use the usual tricks. This doesn't actually break, but it doesn't matter, because Sarah just does instead of an insane amount of damage here. So even though it's not broken or anything, we're still doing stupid amount of damage. So that's the 3-phase boss fight, where we have to use different strats. And then we have this dragon fight here. So we're gonna fight with Kurt and Reen, because Kurt has the best crafts. So this fight is scripted. We attack the head twice here. And we use Bravestone here. We have 1 extra, so whatever. And then this is the reason why we bring Gert. So you can use Twilight Blades to break the dragon's stance here. in the stance it was trying to do, it would have only 3 stars. But if we use Twilight Blades, then we can change it back to the normal stance. And then we get a 4 stance hit location for Reen again. And also we have range less here, so we can delay the boss just enough that Reen gets to do the finisher before the boss recovers. Yeah, the timings just line up really nicely for that fight. Then we're gonna fight some dude. We heard that this dude owes us 50 Mira, so we're gonna get it back. Where's my powder? Yeah. Alright, so this guy's now gonna return us a 50 Mira coin that he tricked from us in CS1. And that's the longest segment of the game, probably. Well, it would be longest if we didn't know how to trick the game quite a bit. So yeah, that's a long dungeon that we tricked through, and then the boss just gets wrecked with 3 different strats, which is really cool. Yeah, Beef in the chat is basically who routed most of this stuff and got me to run it, and then I just kind of stole the run and made some changes. Okay, so now we have to do this kind of summer event stuff here. So we have 5 tickets, and we have to spend all the 5 event tickets, so we're just gonna see the same mascot play 5 times. And that's our partying. Then we got a call from this redhead hot dude that he wants to meet us in the sewers. So we're of course gonna answer the call. And we're gonna enter a section of the game where you actually don't play with most of the normal characters. And instead in this section you have all of the side characters that we had during the game. So basically the real adults are doing this segment. And like I said earlier, previously we didn't have out of bounds for this dungeon. But now that Reen has gotten obstinate enough that he doesn't even notice when walls are ahead of him, we actually do have a little bit of trickery for the dungeon. So here we are actually so high that the walls don't reach that far up. So we can just walk back into bounds and drop to the floor, which is nice. And then Sarah is gonna wreck all of these enemies. And this is the section where we use the fact that Titania gives you pretty much infinite EP. So we don't need to heal EP between fights, and we just go through and wreck everything. Oh, whoops. And we have Olivia here. Olivia has Art Support 3, which gives you 70% more damage if it procs, which makes it the strongest support skill in the game. This place is a little bit tricky. Okay, second try is not too bad. So that was the first part of the dungeon. We just basically have to do a few of these fights here, which is just basically showing off the power of these people. It's like these fights are no challenging in any way. It's a little point of going out of bounds in this part. We could probably save like 2 seconds if we get a first try out of bounds, but getting first try out of bounds with Reen is not very easy. So Reen's job here is to use Brave Seeds at the start of every fight, just to keep our BP up. And Sarah's job would be to be a little bit faster, please. She can actually one-shot these enemies if she gets everything lined up, but it doesn't happen very often. Because you need you need to proc a crit, you need art support 3, and you need to get a reasonably high roll from Revolution in order to get one-shots on these enemies. This is one of the harder ones again, because there's not that much to use for visual cues. So this is the last one we can one-shot. Let's see if we get it. No. Too sad. I think if we got a crit there, we would have got the one-shot. And then this is the out of bounds that allows us to not press the switches earlier. This is also the hardest out of bounds to get. This is legit the hardest out of bounds in the entire game. Wow, I'm just gonna try to do it. The reason I'm switching characters is to get out of the sword stance, so I can use, because I have visual cues that work for the neutral stance, which is of course ideal when you're speedrunning and you want to get first try. And then if I fail, I don't have visual cues for the armed stance. Alright, so Sarah, why are you so slow? Don't give chance to the enemy. Luckily this is not too dangerous. Also, I think I was supposed to swap out Lecter and not Agat, because Lecter is faster than Agat. So if we got Agat instead of Lecter, we wouldn't need to skip his turns all the time. Well, let's see if I can get this part. This is almost not worth going for, but because this is a marathon, I just want to show it off. Yeah, this is not worth anymore. Like, this saves like 5 seconds maybe if you get it first try. And if you don't get it first try, well, okay. I'm not even gonna go for it, that's just way too hard to get right. And you can see the path isn't even that curved, so it doesn't even shortcut too much. So, unless you're like a god of positioning, you probably don't want to go for that out of bounds in a run. Right, so now so we actually we get Ash in the party for the last segment, so we actually just swap him in real quick to do the last out of bounds with him. Technically it would be faster to do this with Reen, but again, it's really hard. And if you fail even once, you're just losing time, so it's better to just swap Ash in and go with him. This sometimes breaks, sometimes doesn't. Doesn't really matter because Sarah will wreck this fight anyway. And we got a delay, so the boss didn't even get to do anything anyway. And that's basically chapter 4. So we still have the finale to go for, and after the finale we are done with the run. So now we have one of the most dummy sections in the run. So there is this rather massive dinner party held at the Empire. And we gotta walk around and talk to pretty much everyone we know twice. So we have to talk to all of these groups of people here running around this place. And by the way, doing this casually takes forever to read all of the dialogue as well. And then they do the same thing in CS4, and it's even worse. Because we have even more people in CS4 you have to talk to. So yeah, this is not even like a lore dump, really. This is just meeting people. I do like these kind of scenes in video games where you get to meet people and just hear what everyone's up to, but this is a little bit excessive. So that was round 1, and now that we did it once, everyone switches places and we gotta do it again. I'm not still sure if my routing for this is like optimal, but I think it's pretty close at least. As long as I don't forget where I have to go. Which can happen where I'm doing commentary at least. So just one more group here and we're done. Then we are gonna be invited to talk with the Emperor a little bit. I don't know what it's about, probably because we talked to his wife in the party like 5 times. While all the other girls were wanting to talk with us. That's probably what's going on here. I don't really know what else. And what other good reason would we have for talking to the Emperor here? And there's a lot of cutscenes, by the way. So I think this is 23 cutscene skips, except for one cutscene that's unskippable for some reason. So, behold. Alright, so this is for some reason unskippable. Someone spent a really long time doing this fence, so they wanted to show it off. And you cannot skip it for some reason. But yeah, this is, I think it's... I think this is 23 cutscenes. I usually switch to keyboard when I skip cutscenes just because it's a little bit easier on the hands and it's a little bit faster. So if you hear me mashing keyboard right now, that's what's going on. And once you see Tova's face like that, then you know it's done. And we are almost done with the run. So stuff's going down. I'm not actually gonna even say what's going down because that would be spoilers, and honestly it would take way too long to explain it anyway, compared to how much run we have left. What are you doing there, sir? That is a rude place for you to be in. Let's just say that shit's going down here. But we're just gonna fight some bad guys. And that will be the end. Except then first we're gonna skip a little bit of cutscenes. I honestly feel like the finale has has as many cutscenes as the rest of the game combined. Which is probably not true, but that's what it feels like with how many we have in row and multiple times. Alright, so coming up we have a couple of cryptid fights we have to do with 2 different parties, so we're gonna once again use the Chronoburst trick for the second one because we only have Reen for the first one. And we're also going to use Chronoburst here so we can get an item out before breaking the enemies. So we use Brave Soul, which we got from the side quest in Chapter 3. And then we break the enemies, and then you can probably guess what happens next. Because we have Sarah in the party and we have Reen in the party. Yeah, like Beef saying, we use Sarah here because, or in the Dragon Castle because she is just convenient because she is in this fight. Oh, whoops. Well, he died anyway. And she is also the only person available in the sewers. So that way we don't need to change casters between. No, not you. So for the next fight we're gonna make this guy really fast. Because we need him to go first. Because he has Accelerate, which allows everyone else to go fast. So yeah, this fight is basically repeat of the Dragon Phase 2. We need a little bit more BB, but we can use a Brave Seed in the next fights. I could have used one there as well, but because users had the convenient 0 odds turn, I used it to buff Elliot instead. So I don't need to buff Elliot with himself. Alright, we need to organize the party here. And do a little bit of equipment management, well, quartz management really. So now we're gonna give Elliot the real stuff from Sarah. Because now he's with Reen. I'm just gonna save here just in case I make a mistake with the out of bounds here. Oh, I need to feed Reen. So this is a long way down. It would have 3 battles. But again, Ulysses is noble enough that he doesn't really care about heights too much. And also, for some reason, this is the only spot in the game where we are allowed to skip mandatory fights. Besides the tutorial battles at the very beginning of the game. So we actually fell down long enough that we are at the last mandatory battle. And the reason we have these characters is that For each of these battles, you have to have specific characters. And since you are getting a turn, you can just use the Brave Seed here. Oh, why did I use Spirit Unification? I don't need it. No, I do need it for this fight. Never mind. The next fight is the one where we don't use it. Oh, we got a unbalance here. Oh wait, he didn't break. Nice. Well, that's awkward. That's really awkward. Oh, whatever. I'm just gonna Divine Song here. It's gonna take a little bit longer because none of them are broken. Also, we don't need to worry about buffing because this dungeon gives everyone full buffs that are permanent. Yeah, there's a little small range with the break. If you don't equip a certain quads, which I'm just too lazy to equip, because the range is really rare. I just didn't notice it. I could have easily fixed the range with someone else's attack, but I just didn't pay attention. So that took a little bit longer. Not a big disaster. Alright, that was the last we're gonna see of Reen's old schoolmates, and now we have one last descent. And Muse is gonna be equipped to Destroy God. It's enough bells, and we have Epoch Bell, so just gonna put Revolution on. And Reen doesn't need CP because we got a Master Class level up. I'm just gonna put. Alright, we're gonna enjoy the champs in this dungeon while I do the last weird out of bounds. This would be a lot faster if we didn't have the trigger cutscene all the way on the other side of the area. But alas, at least we get to see something funny when we do this. So everyone's here already, and for some reason there's one random normal enemy in this arena where you even cannot get normally. I have no idea what that enemy is doing here. But it's definitely funny. And then we're gonna have the final fights. That hopefully won't go wrong. So here we do Chrono Burst. And Sledgehammer to get break, and then we're just gonna break the link. And do Helix and another Chrono Burst and 2 more Helixes. And that should break the enemy. And you guys don't do anything, just Muse is gonna wreck the boss. Sometimes she doesn't quite do enough damage with these, but... Oh, interesting, I have 1 delay instead of 0. That's awkward. This might be awkward, but I think it's fine. And she's a Russ here. And then we have the final mech fight, which is quite long. But this one is entirely scripted as long as you don't make any mistakes. Which I never definitely have done before. This is one of the rare fights where the targeting cursor actually works like it's supposed to. But I still don't trust it. Because if you do the wrong targeting even once, you probably get... like everything gets thrown off. So yeah, it's better to watch that you are actually targeting what you're supposed to. Even though you are like 100% certain that you are targeting the right thing. It's a bit of a stupid place to die because you made a cursor mistake. And then we're just gonna range slash a lot, because once again we want to delay the boss, so that we can build up enough BB for basically finishing the fight. One thing that can sometimes happen here really rarely is that this turn of Laura gets delayed. Or like she's just too slow and doesn't get the buff out. But usually we just need to do a little bit of extra damage afterwards if that happens. But that was a clean fight. Alright, we have 8 more cutscenes to skip. We never run out of cutscenes in this series. Yeah, there's one more fight, but you cannot lose the fight, so whatever. So the last fight, we do 4 attacks and then this time. So time is coming up for the person who is in charge of the timer. So when the screen fades to black after this fight, that's time. So 2, 3, and this is the last attack. So after screen fades to black, it's time. Well, it was a little early, but yeah. I forgot it fades to black during the cutscene, it's the move itself. But yeah, that's time. Alright, so that was Trails of Cold Steel 3 without S-Crafts and no turbo, but a whole lot of out of bounds. Thank you all for watching. Thanks for the GG's. 3:48, that's not a bad time, honestly, for a marathon. Usually I get like 4:40 when I'm talking. The biggest time loss was whatever happened to our space a bit in Chapter 2. I would need to watch the VOD back to see what happened there. Alright, so I guess Beef's in the chat, so he's probably ready for his run. So I guess we're just gonna send it off to Beef.